started.
Why don't we do in camera first?
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is just after 2. We've had a couple of technical difficulties, so we're just getting going here this afternoon. Everyone is being recorded, so whatever is said will be in the recording. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order and I'll ask for a resolution for the adoption of the agenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just 1 second.
Sure.
Resolved that the agenda for the meeting be adopted as circulated with the noted additions.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second, please. Councillor Spicer. Any amendments to our agenda for today? I don't see any, and we don't have any on our agenda, so with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. We have one set of minutes, and that is from our regular meeting of April the 14th. If I could have that resolution, please.
Resolved that the minutes of April 14th, 2026 regular meeting of council be adopted as presented.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Belanger, Councillor Sutherland, second. Any amendments to those minutes, any errors or omissions? Not seeing any hands be raised, so I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We don't have any delegations today at this point in time. Communications for action number 5 on our agendas. The first item is promoting Aboriginal student success, and it's an invitation to their 26th annual graduation.
Thank you, Madam.
And I guess before Deepak gives us his little spiel on it, I will let you know that I'm not able to go, so I'm hoping that somebody else has put their name forward for the promoting Aboriginal student success graduation.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead,
Mayor.
Deepak, sorry.
This is on May the 20th at 10 a.m. and it is a public event, and they are offering tickets for the mayor or the mayor's representative and one additional guest to come along with it for this graduation dinner.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
Well, I put down that I was going, I will try to. I put yes for now.
Okay, perfect.
I won't be staying there all day. I think I'll go in the morning till.
Yeah, I think when I went in the past, I stayed like from the time it started till around noon or so, and then there's kind of a bit of a break, so if you wanted to leave, if you have something else going on, that should work.
I thought Dave and me went last year. Was that the
You
same
might.
year I went?
You might have
So
gone
you
last
two
year.
can still go.
Yeah, you two can still go.
Keith Ginter was there, his daughter got some recognition.
Oh, the violin?
Yeah,
Yeah, we went.
we were there last year.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. The next one is the Safe Grad dinner.
Right.
This one is just the event itself.
Yeah, this is just the event. And I think there is actually, I think there might be a lunch, but I didn't, when I was going, I did not stay for the lunch.
It looks like there was 3 stages, the morning, the
Right.
lunch, and then the
Yes,
afternoon, so you can
afternoon.
go to whatever,
Yeah,
and just to let them know what you would be attending.
yeah, so, if you wanna bring a resolution forward, if you have one, Deepak, for the, perfect, thank you.
Resolved that Councillor David Sutherland and David Orbis be authorized to attend promoting Aboriginal student success 26th graduation ceremony at the Lord Selkirk Regional Comprehensive Secondary School Gymnasium, Selkirk, Manitoba, on Wednesday, May 20th, 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Orbis seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, the next item is the North Selkirk School Division, the Grad, and that is, I can't remember the day, and it's the end of June. or
That's
close
June
to
29th, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so I think I'll be able to go to that, but if there is somebody who wishes to come along with me, because I know I'll be going on my own, I can take a guest with me if someone else is interested.
We have 3 people
3,
interested, so
okay.
we'll register 3 and see what they say.
Okay.
just put if there wasn't.
Yeah, and then too, I mean, something may come up that I won't be able to go, so if we have the third, that's okay too.
I think Councilor
I can
Belanger
be
went
back,
last
I'll be
year.
back.
Okay,
Order two,
order two only and you'll be back up?
and I'll be back.
So,
keep all three on.
yeah.
Yeah,
Resolve Mayor Peebles-Corn and Councilors Robert Belanger and Simon Strike be authorized to attend the safe grad dinner and ceremony at the North Selkirk Regional Co-op Selkirk, Manitoba on June 29th, 2026.
can I have a mover, please? Counselor Sutherland, second, please. Counselor Horvis, any further discussion? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And the next item we have, 5.3, is the Mar Spring Tour and Event.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and the event and the agenda for this is for May 28th, and it's in Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. And it's their spring tour and event. And generally, I think Councilor Sutherland is a member. I think it's $50 a ticket, or 55. I'll double check here. Because we are members. $55 membership and 80 for non-members.
Right. So,
Scott's also a member.
Scott, are you a member on the Mar board also, or through the
No.
watershed?
No, no.
Okay,
You can take me off of there. I wasn't sure if Dave was going on, so
well, no, if you're
If you're
interested,
interested,
go,
we'll sign you
go
up.
right ahead.
I put down unsure.
Well,
So you can leave me
you
on
can
there. and I'll
always
let you know.
cancel, yeah,
Just let them know in enough time.
yeah.
Okay, resolve Councilor David Sutherland and Scott Spicer be authorized to attend the Manitoba Association of Regional Recyclers Spring Tour at the Herman Pryor Activity Center, Portage La Prairie, in Manitoba, on May 28th, 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Belanger, Counselor Strang, seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, new and other business, number 6 on our agenda, and the first item is the signing of a development agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the development agreement for the lands that are on Highway 44 and 59, which was the highway commercial lands that were subdivided and made available. And so what this is the completion of the requirements that council had laid out, and the property owner is prepared to sign the development agreement. We're recommending execution.
Is that where they were gonna put that gun thing, that shooting thing?
No, that was originally what was proposed. Now it's several commercial properties.
No, but it's the same piece of land.
Same piece of land.
Yes, okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments on that one? If you want to bring the resolution forward to sign the agreement.
Therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Rural Municipality of St. Clements endorses the signing of a development agreement with 102-04834 Manitoba Limited.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Horvis, Counselor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, the next one is the Broken Head Trailblazers, some trail leveling.
That's right, Madam Mayor. They're doing trail leveling on the road allowance of 39 East between 88 and 89 North. And they had completed some of this work previously, but weren't able to finish off the remainder part of it. And we feel that this is just a continuation of the work that was already approved by council earlier. And what we're recommending is to continue to give them, and what they've really asked for is a certificate of insurance. We also provided a certificate of insurance to the province of Manitoba as part of that, because of the provincial roads. And beyond that, we're recommending that as this is a continuation of the previous works completed by them or approved by council, we're recommending that we give them approval and give them a certificate of insurance.
Questions, comments from members of council? Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
So this is a mile east of the landfill? Does that make sense?
Sorry?
Mile east of the landfill?
Kind of, it's on the back road there.
Yeah, I can bring up the map if you like.
Yeah. It is east of there, you're right, yeah.
Yep.
There's a map on the decision here, but probably not big enough.
Yeah, let's see if we can zoom
Well,
in.
I zoomed
There it
it,
is.
yeah, zoomed it in, so I thought that looked like the landfill, but I wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, I'll bring forward the resolution for that.
please.
Whereas Broken Head Trail Blazers Power Toboggan Club has requested authorization for the Arm St. Clements continued trail leveling on road allowance 39 east between road allowances 88 north and 89 north, and whereas council previously approved trail leveling work in this location and work was not fully completed due to ground thawing, and whereas the club has requested a certificate of insurance in relation to this work, therefore be it resolved that council authorized Broken Head Trail Blazers Power Toboggan Club to continue trail leveling on road allowance 39 east between road allowance 88 north and 89 north. And be it further resolved that the administration be directed to arrange for the required certificate of insurance.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strand, Counselor Horbis seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. The next item we have is the Manitoba Highland Gathering, and it looks that is a request to be added to our municipal insurance. I don't know if Deepak has anything more to add.
I think that speaks completely to this particular item. They're asking to be put in as part of the insurance for the Highland Gathering. So the event is taking place on June 20th, 21st, and this will be the 58th annual event.
Okay. And those dates again, 20th and 21st of June?
Of June. And we do have a grand marshal, for lack of better words, for the event selected.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
To be added onto our insurance, does it cost us any more money?
I don't think it cost us much, nothing.
Just, I don't have a
We
problem.
provide it to a majority of the community groups.
Yes, okay. That's-
Okay, anything else? You have a resolution if you want to bring it forward, Deepak?
Resolved that council approve the Manitoba Highland Gathering to be added to the municipality's insurance for the 58th annual Manitoba Highland Gatherings on June 20th, 21st, 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbis, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, Gaynor Family Regional Library installment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the second installment for the Gaynor Family Library for $61,540.60, and it's part of our regular installment associated with the Gaynor Family Library, which is a highly one of the most second most busiest libraries in Manitoba, and is also a jewel of the area.
Question?
Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
We're only 4 months into 26. When was the first installment? In January?
Yes.
Okay, and then this one's the last one, or there's two?
No, I think there are four.
I was thinking quarter then, okay. Okay,
I can explain how the funds work afterwards if you like.
that's fine.
That's a total of 240,000?
I can explain how the funds work afterwards if you like.
We'll talk about it later.
That's where I was thinking the same thing. I thought, geez, we're only 4 months into 2026 and we're second payment.
The reason why they asked for the couple of installments soon in the year is because they have to submit all of their financial statements and stuff and request to the province to get the provincial money, so it doesn't come till May usually. So you have to pay your people and keep the lights on. Till the provincial money.
Okay, if you have a resolution, you wanna bring it forward, please? And if we need further discussion, we can talk about it a
We could
little
definitely,
later, yes.
As part of the financial
Yeah,
related information. So, resolve council approve the payment of $61,540.60 to the Gaynor Family Regional Library as the second installment of 2026 annual operating grant.
can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, second, please. Counselor Sutherland, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to 6.6 on our agendas, and this is the Moose Hide campaign, and we all have our little Moose Hide here, and I'm gonna.
There's an item right before that, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, the Selkirk District Community Foundation Donor Advised Fund.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Soccer Community District has reached out to our recreation manager and looking at using the donor advice funds to support the Highland gatherings. As you may recall, when they came to a presentation here, they talked about utilizing some funds to purchase these food storage equipments, and that they would be made available at the Selkirk Community Center for other events as well, not just for them. But they were looking at support for that. So the total cost is $3,321.90. But the Selkirk Community, our Selkirk District Community Fund is providing $2,940. The recommendation is that that we support the Selkirk District Community Foundation's recommendation, as well as add in the remaining $381.90 so that they can get the equipment. And this equipment will also, it's not just for the event, it's just for their use.
Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
So they're basically granting just interest, right? Is that how this works?
For the Community Foundation.
From the Selkirk Community
Yeah,
District Foundation.
From our
the interest
fund,
ones.
they're just
Yeah.
donating.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Go ahead, Counselor Strand.
I have no problem putting in the rest because, as they said, sitting here, that they will leave it at the rec center and other groups can use the equipment also.
Including the RM when we have our events.
Go ahead, Counselor
Does
Sutherland.
anybody know, do they ever request any money from Selkirk? I mean, it's not up to us, they're
They're the
I
ones that
think-
should be requesting, yes.
I think they have in the past. I don't know what success they've had or not.
okay, just curious.
Okay, so everybody, if there's no further questions, I can leave the motion, Madam Mayor.
Please.
Did we just say no to it?
Probably.
So whereas the Manitoba Highland Gatherings has made a grant request to the Selkirk Community, or Selkirk and District Community Foundation, and in the amount of $3,321.90 for the purchase of electric food storage equipment, and whereas Selkirk and District Community Foundation has made request to the Arm of St. Clements to grant the Manitoba Highland Gatherings funds in the amount of $2,940 from the Arm of St. Clements Donor Advised Fund held at the Selkirk District Community Foundation. And whereas the Arm of St. Clements can top up the Donors Advised Fund to provide the remaining $381.90 requested grant, therefore be it resolved, Council authorize the payment of $381.90 to the Selkirk District Community Foundation towards the Arm of St. Clements Donors Advised Fund. And further be it resolved, Council authorized the Selkirk and District Community Foundation to grant $3,321.90 from the Arm of St. Clements Donor Advised Funds to Manitoba Highlands Gatherings.
Hey, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Belanger moves, Counselor Strang seconds, and Counselor Sutherland, go ahead.
I think we spoke about it before, this food storage equipment. It'll stay here, so it can be used by us or direct center or whatever, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, this is what I thought.
Yeah, and I guess I have not really a question, but if it's gonna remain at the rec center, they'll have one person there that's kind of responsible for it, like
I think they've discussed it with the manager of the rec center,
Okay.
Blake.
yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking about, because somebody has to keep track of who has it and how long they're gonna have it for, like if we, even if we borrow it, if we have it for 3 days, it has to go back and we have to know who has it, so, okay, that's all I have, go ahead, Counselor Strang.
And just going on your comment also, I'm keeping it in good condition too, that, you know, it's their grant that they put forward to use for their facility, but are letting everybody else use it, so I just hope that who's ever looking after. I was just gonna make a comment, the mayor and I, we went to the tourism, you see these ladies out now, cause the board has changed. You see these ladies out at quite a few events now for representing the Highland Gathering, so, which is nice to see.
Yeah, and I think they're working very hard to make it a bigger and better event than, you know, it's been always good, but it has kind of dwindled a little bit the last few years, so they're bringing it back up, so.
Is that the ones that brought cookies for us?
Yes, it is.
I get them mixed up sometimes, I thought it was.
Go ahead, Counselor
But you remember
Horace.
the cookies.
Or maybe
You remember the cookies.
before that, Highland Gathering comes or something, we should phone the radio station and, you know how they do that small town salute all the time? We should get on there, I haven't ever seen Clements being on there. And then we could tell them about the Highland Gathering
Yeah,
or whatever. You know,
What
where
is
the
that,
mayor,
680 or?
the big CJOB.
maybe that's something that Marissa could look into, or someone
Yeah,
from
we
the
could ask
office.
Marissa to look into, or even contact, Red River North Tourism and see if they can get something going on some of these types of things.
And they could, like, say they talk about St. Clements, and we could say how it comes from this way all the way through to Grand Marais or whatever, and then mention the Highland Gathering is such and such a time. Maybe when it gets closer to be on the radio, and then people would be aware of it more.
Just contact your friend Deepak, Richard.
Yeah,
In addition, I think there's an opportunity also to look at the soccer record, to contact them on a regular basis as the editor and owner had explained. You know, if we contact them, they're willing to take a look at talking about certain events happening in the communities as well.
well, I think they always do the Highland Gathering, you know, they're
They
always,
do.
and it's always in that,
Okay, go ahead, Counselor Strang.
Sorry.
That's
I was
okay.
just gonna ask Dave, what is that called? Cause I'll take it back to the Red River North Tourism, what is that called?
it's called, Small Town Salute
Thank you,
on the CJO. Baba.
thank you.
Okay, the resolution was read, I have a mover, I have a seconder, and if there's no further questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 6.6, now we'll get to our Moose Hide campaign. And we all got our Moose Hide pins earlier, and I'm gonna pass it over to Deepak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Moose Hide Campaign is an Indigenous-led grassroots movement focused on reconciliation and ending gender-based and domestic violence in Canada. The Moose Hide itself is used as the Moose Hide Campaign Day taking place on May 14th, provides an opportunity for council to show solidarity by supporting awareness efforts such as the proclamation, lighting municipal landmarks in gold and yellow, and sharing information through municipal communications. Supporting this campaign demonstrates the municipality's commitment to safe, respectful, and inclusive communities. And as I can see, council is all wearing moose hides today in their support for the Moose Hide campaign. There will be some opportunities, as an example, that we will talk to our recreation manager who can then take a look at, because we have LED lights, colored LED lights for the activity center, so we should be able to turn them all into golden and yellow.
Okay, I was wondering if we could
And
do,
I think we have some LED lights on this building too, don't we? That we could probably look at turning golden yellow.
Okay, any questions, comments?
Okay, if everybody's okay with this, I'll, pass the resolution to move forward on it.
Please.
Maybe Rob could do a moose call before we.
Sure.
Has some experience with that.
Yeah.
And everyone saw the moose that was saved in Clear Lake.
Yes, I did.
So whereas the Moose Hide campaign is an Indigenous-led grassroots movement of men, boys, and all Canadians standing up to end violence against women, children, and all those along the gender continuum. And whereas the Moose Hide campaign was founded along the Highway of Tears in British Columbia in response to the injustices and violence faced by many women and children in Canada, particularly those who are Indigenous. And whereas intimate partner violence is an epidemic portions across Canada, with more than 4 out of 10 women having experienced it in their lifetime. And this reality is worse for Indigenous women who are twice as likely to experience violence from their current or former partners. And whereas the Moose Hide campaign has distributed over 5 million Moose Hide pins that each spark 5 conversations about issues and violence against women, children, and all those along the gender continuum. And therefore, and whereas, wearing the Moose Hide campaign demonstrates a commitment to honor, respect, and protect the women and children in your life and gender-based violence, and take meaningful action towards reconciliation with Indigenous people. And whereas, participation in the Moose Hide campaign is a concrete action for all citizens to address the legacies of colonization, residential schools, and the reality of more than 1,200 missing or murdered women in Canada. And whereas engagement with the Moose Hide campaign aligns with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call for action and the calls for justice, of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women in Crisis. And whereas Arma St. Clements has supported and promoted the Moose Hide campaign for several years, therefore, be it resolved, the Council of the Arma St. Clements proclaim May 14th, 2026 as Moose Hide Campaign Day. And further be it resolved, the municipality's communications department promote the passage of this resolution through appropriate municipal communication channels.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Strang seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, that takes us to number 7 on our agenda, and we have one item there, and that is our tax levy bylaw for first reading only.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm pleased to introduce the Rural Municipality St. Clements 2026 budget for the first reading. The budget reflects Council's continued commitment to responsive financial stewardship, maintaining core municipal services, investing in essential infrastructure, and supporting the long-term needs of our growing community. The proposed budget will be presented to the public input at the public hearing scheduled for May the 5th, providing residents with an opportunity to review the plan, ask questions, and share their feedback before council considers final approval. A public open house was held last night and was attended by several residents. We are working towards multiple communication methods to present this budget, which will include the budget overview that a copy of which has been handed out to council today, as well as we will be looking at videos and budgets at a glance documentation, some of which Heather has just recently created.
It's ready. Take your email if you want. It's up to you.
Certainly, and I can show council a copy of the that's the presentation, I think. No, this is it. So as an example, there is budget at a glance. It kind of gives you just an overview in like 4 simple pages of all the information that we had on that budget. Which you can see. tells you what the mill rate is, how much is the cap,
You're on the staff recording.
this is on the staff, we have to fix this, there's an
This is
error on
the
that one,
staff,
yeah. Let me bring it up again, and I'll, my email's probably backed up, that's why I can see it.
Yeah.
Budget open house community report, I think, right? Okay, come on. Okay, Heather Stanek. So here's the budget open house community report. We'll verify some of the information in there. And what you'll see here is an explanation of the sort of a community report, explains the budget overall at a glance, strategic focus, what are some of the things, some of the things that were discussed at the open house, how the property tax breaks apart, and diversified revenues, what we're doing for our financial stewardship and the cash, the operating dollars, capital investments, and how we're managing debt. And as you can see where our debt capacity is compared to what we've used, and those kinds of things. So it gives a budget at a glance for our residents. So as we continue to work towards finding as many ways as possible to update our citizens on the information that governs their arm St. Clements. So with that, Madam Mayor, if there's no questions, I can read out the resolution for first reading.
Perfect.
Resolved, bylaw 2 of 2026 being a bylaw to provide for the 2026 annual tax levy be given first reading.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, second, please. Councillor Horbis. Any further discussion on first reading of the budget for the tax levy bylaw? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, we're moving on to number 8 on our agenda, and that is the closed list of accounts. And if there's a resolution, please bring it forward.
Resolved that council approve the April 28th, 2026 list of accounts, check numbers 26000436 to 26000487 in the amount of $263,863.72 for payment.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Horbis seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried. Go ahead.
Has it been,
Yes, we're done. With-
We're done?
With
Okay,
the
thank
closed
you.
list, yes, we're on the financial statement.
okay. Okay, so what we have is the audited financial statements for this. So what we have is the audited financial statements, the audited 2023 audited financial statements have been submitted and submitted by our auditors, and what I've provided is a council briefing on the overall audited financial statements. And what this is the 2023 consolidated financial statements for the rural municipality of St. Clements are a comprehensive account of our fiscal performance for 2023 and are a total of the financial results of our collective general government partnerships. Resources including, for example, RPD, Gaynor Family Library, the Suffolk Weed Board, and so forth. The qualified opinion that has been presented is similar to the previous one due to the new requirements that came out of after 2023, and what that is that we have to have a plan for asset retirement obligations, things such as our landfill buildings for any asbestos cleanup and so forth. As mentioned at the last audit, we have already initiated that, but these are being done as they are older audits. The qualified opinion will still stay there, and we have initiated the asset retirement obligation plan for the landfill as part of the completion of the current landfill. We're already starting the process of hiring individuals to take a look at all our buildings and identify if there's any specific locations with lead paint / asbestos that we have to have a plan if and when those buildings are ever retired.
Go ahead, Counselor Horbis.
So are you talking about like a basket for when you close down the dump?
It's like a basket, it's an identification of those kinds of costs and to keep those up to date if you had to do the closeout. So it's not necessarily that you have to budget for it, it's making sure that you can account for it and that it's available so that you know that this is an
So where would you
obligation.
take it over, the general then? Or what, are you gonna make a basket?
When that occurs, we will, I think that'll be part of the analysis. At this point, I don't know where it's gonna be exactly put in. Councillor Spicer might know more.
Go ahead, Counselor
Actually,
Spicer.
no, I had a question. So would this be considered a liability on our?
It is a liability.
Yeah, so it's on the books, but yeah,
We don't necessarily are
there's a
creating a reserve.
specific some fund to fund it.
Yeah.
So it is a liability.
But it doesn't show that in your state, does it?
It will.
It will? And what number do you put to that?
That'll be dependent on each one of those
Check.
particular situations
But how
of
would
the
you put a
analysis.
number on the landfill site, cause you're gonna do this cell, how many more cells can you do there?
We do have a number right now. The question is whether it's the right number. It's
Mm.
about $1 million or something.
To close it?
So it's not, remember, what this is what you would do at the final completion, so that could be 50 years out. Cause I
Yeah,
think there's
no,
like 9 cells, and at which point, but each cell, when you close it, you're already covering it up and completing it, so it's just a matter of how do you finish up the last bit of work. In the case of buildings, it's if you're demolishing a building or having to do major renovations, you have to know that, do they have any of these kinds of, concerns like asbestos and lead paint, because then you have to have a plan on how to deal with that. And to be able to identify these types of environmental obligations.
And it's an estimate.
Yeah,
I guess.
it's an estimate that's reviewed on a regular basis, basically.
So we have lots of capacity for cells there.
Yes, so we're not looking at closing.
To the east, yes, probably 100 years.
Could be even that.
Okay, any
Okay,
further
and so-
questions on that financial statement, or should we?
Well,
Go ahead, Deepak.
Just to finish up,
Yeah.
that was so it's a reasonable estimate of potential retirement costs for those buildings that may be containing asbestos, that's what we're looking at. And this does not impact our cash flow. We'll work through the inventory of these assets and clear this qualification in future years. And so the exception of the financial, it's an exceptional financial performance. Our in 2023 received significant surpluses of $9 million in 2023. This exceeded our $3 million, far exceeded it. Our total revenue was 25.6. Now remember, this is a consolidated statement, largely driven by 8.67 million in provincial grants, which is more than double our budgeted expenditures of 4.07. The balance sheet strength, our total net worth increased by 58.7 million, again up from 49 from 2022. Net debt decreased from 9.57 million to 8.25 million, indicating a stronger position over the financial liabilities and financial assets. We invested 9.9 into tangible capital assets, infrastructure and equipment over that year. And then we get into the property tax revenue remained the core steady income at 9.95 million. And today, and that total spending was 15.9 million, with the largest portion of 5 million was dedicated to transportation services and roads and infrastructure. So it's recommended that council approve the 2023 draft consolidated financial statements. Aside from the technical qualification of the ARO estimate, the statement represents a true and fair view of the robust financial health and our significant progress in infrastructure investment and debt reduction.
Okay, any questions, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
So they're working on 24 now?
Correct, and we expect it within a month to 2 months.
Great.
And so, resolved, the December 31st, 2023 audited financial statements be adopted.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbis moves, Councillor Boulanger seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, 8.3 grants. We do have a couple. One of them is Parents for Safe Grad.
Yes, and this one is for the Lord Selkirk Regional Comprehensive Secondary School grad for 2025, as you may recall. It's a safe grad. We have consistently provided $1,000 towards the safe grad program. They are spending about $110,000 a year on their safe grad. At least this year, that's what their budget is.
So,
Well, there's lots of graduates and there's the supper.
It's
and
true, there is a lot.
There's a lot of grads, yeah. And I don't know, I don't know about the grads, probably don't have to pay for their supper, but I would imagine their guests have to contribute something, I don't know. So,
Yeah, and they also go to private corporations
Right.
for sponsorships and so
Yeah.
forth. And they do approach the other municipalities.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if we want to just bring the resolution forward.
Resolved that council approve the following 2026 requested grant, Lord Selkirk Regional Comprehensive Secondary School, grant 2025, $1,000.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, second, Councillor Spicer. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And the next one we have is the Holiday Alley sponsorship.
Madam Mayor, and so Holiday Alley is, this year is their 15th, I think. 10th. Their 10th anniversary for Holiday Alley. They are looking to keep the event going at a higher level, and they've requested for either a $5,000 grant or $3,000 towards the sponsorship for the event. They've provided the numbers about the kind of involvement, and looking at this, based on the amount of visitors that are coming from the area, we're recommending sticking with the same amount that we have in the past and deny this 5,000 or 3,000 and just recommend going to the $1,500 that we've sponsored in the past. That can be used towards, we were a sponsor of the sheet poetry in the past, and that's.
So is this money to that sponsorship of this sheet poetry, or is that what it's for?
They're asking for $5,000
Right,
total, or a $3,000 sponsorship for the event. So what we're recommending is $1,500, and we'll say we're giving $1,500 towards sheet poetry again, if they do put it in. Otherwise, we'll just provide $1,500.
okay. Any other questions, comments?
1,500 isn't bad.
Go ahead, Councillor Stray.
Councillor Spicer. Yes, since it's their 10th anniversary, they're having the 5,000 and the 3,000 is for a sponsorship. I do want to make a comment that they do notice that the Arm of St. Clements does give money for it, along with the city of Selkirk. Arm of St. Andrews does not sponsor Holiday Alley, so just wanted to put that out there. If there's anything other information at one of our next meetings, I'll bring it forward, but they were just putting it out there for more for sponsorship.
so this is kind of a Selkirk thing.
Well,
What is it?
it is, but it isn't.
Holiday Alley.
Holiday Alley.
It is, but it isn't. Like, I know I've been, and there's people from everywhere. Yes, it all happens
They have
in
the
the
soup.
Selkirk. And they have the soup cook-off, and in some years they had the stew cook-off, so, I mean, I didn't participate last year, but the year before, I barely got a ticket for I think it was stew the year before, like to to, you know, for the best stew. So I mean, there's lots going on and there's people from all over. Yes, it is all happening in Selkirk, but I think as a good neighbor, we should contribute a little bit.
So it would kind of be like the same with the Highland Gathering, when they asked them for money there to sponsor, to Selkirk sponsor that.
I don't know if they
We
do
got
or
asked.
not.
So,
Go ahead, Sandra.
I'm gonna tell you now, but this is put on more, Red River North Tourism is the holiday alley. Just that everything happens in city of Selkirk, all the venues get used for no charge. They use the United Church, they bring in, musicians, they sell tickets for, all this money is different things that Red River North Tourism is bringing people to our area here. I could suggest at one of the meetings if we had something, or going forward is something to have on the other side of the bridge too.
Well, just asking
Something in
the
East
question,
Selkirk,
sorry.
no, but everything does, you're right, everything, the whole hub of everything happens in Selkirk.
Anybody else, questions, comments? Okay, we can bring that resolution forward if you like. I think everybody is good now.
Resolve council approves the sponsorship of Holiday Alley 2026 in the amount of $1,500.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, second, please. Counselor Spicer, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we are at communications for information, and is there anything that anyone wants to bring forward, or Deepak, do you have anything that you want to point out that we should be paying a little bit more attention to?
I got the letter from Minister Savard.
Pardon?
Letter
To
to the
one.
minister. Actually, I think
Thank
all
you.
three things, even the health information there for Selkirk.
Yeah, so that we've received our operating grant for the RN, and which is $1,490,646.39, with our first payment, which is 75% of the grant has already been received. And that was our new numbers based on our population. And in addition, the municipality will also receive full payment of the 2026 allocation of the amount of $108,408, which will be deposited at the same time.
Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
So these numbers have been incorporated into our budget.
They've been incorporated in the budget.
Great.
This is not extra gravy.
Money that's accounted on coming in and being allocated where, yeah.
Right.
Good.
Okay, anything else that anyone wants to chat about in the info correspondence? If not, we will move on to council reports.
Sorry, Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
Councillor Strang also asked to bring up the issues around the healthcare notification as well, the letter. And so I could just read through that quickly. And so, the Manitoba government is investing in Selkirk and the surrounding region with a better healthcare. And families in Selkirk can now access better healthcare close to home. As you may recall, this was one of the announcements at the State of the Region that we didn't realize, but was part of Mayor or Premier Committee's speech. And so it covers the commitment to the region and the works that are being put forward. So we encourage everyone to read that when they get a chance.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
So the one about water services board under municipal northern relations, I was under the impression they were there. What department were they in?
I was under the impression they were always in municipal and other relations.
I was too. Surprised. Okay,
Anybody else, anything? If not, we'll move on to council reports, and I'm going to start with Councillor Spicer today.
Oh,
You're not ready.
no, I'm gonna do an abbreviation because there's a bit of a list here. Which I'm assuming by my list, most people will have a lot of the same list. So thank you, Madam Mayor. On April the 15th, we had a Northeast Red Watershed monthly meeting. Just to summarize, we are trying to, incorporate, Indigenous representation. We'll see, we're working on a policy for that as well as, doing an invite. I don't know if the office has been contacted about well water testing at all yet. Deepak, have you heard anything about that? Water well testing?
Water well testing just generally across the RM?
Well, no, they're looking at putting a program together just for the spring here. They haven't contacted you yet.
Not that I know.
So they're working on that yet. And of course, there was another tree giveaway coming up, and I think the RM was contacted for that one. I think I'll move on from there. April the 15th, we had a committee of the whole meeting. And that was some pre-budget discussions. Then that evening, we had Red River Planning District, and that's our regular monthly meeting. Don't know if there's a lot there at the moment. I'll update you on. April 16th, Northeast Health Committee. So they have, and I can provide this to the office if people are interested. They did a personnel update, and it looks like in the Northeast region here, from a doctor's perspective, they're doing quite well now. There's only like 4 people on the doctor finder list out of the whole region, including like from Bossier up to Lactabani area there. Still having some trouble with nursing. There's still quite a few vacancies. There will be weekend clinics in Grand Marais. I believe they're starting June the 7th. So that's good news. They're working on sending some folks to the family medicine retreat. This year it's in Borden Winkler area. They do have, they're looking for folks like youth, let's call it, because it's not just students. For various types of jobs. It starts at over $20 an hour. So $20.30 an hour, and they'll train. So if you know of anyone that's looking for some work coming up for the summer. They are also working on inclement weather planning. And what they are doing is they're going to see what the municipalities are doing and incorporate it into the healthcare system rather than reinvent the wheel. April 16th, we had a Gator Regional Library monthly meeting. Busy time, the contractor started, guess that would have been April the 20th. So they're getting to work on the former planning area. There hasn't been a whole lot of things come up that would require a change except for some of the decorating, let's call it. So everything's on schedule. April 17th, we had an intermunicipal infrastructure meeting and it was in East St. Paul. There's a bunch of documentation that was provided. And we had a discussion about the water and wastewater management plan that we're gonna be getting completed. One of the things that came up is apparently in East St. Paul, their existing reservoir would have the ability to function if we ran the pipe to there, but that's something they've gotta make a decision on. April the 20th, I had a Northeast Red Watershed HR committee meeting. So of course, that's HR, so I can't really tell you much about it. April the 21st to the 23rd, went to AMM as well as the Good Roads meeting, and we did have one winner, the Clems from Henderson Highway. Their yard was picked for an award. I thought the spring convention, I have not gone to many spring conventions, but I did think that this one was well run and there were good discussions. We had Michael Landsberg speak about mental health. We had the Women in Municipal Government lunch that some of us missed. We got led astray. Breakout sessions. Can't actually remember. I went to I actually didn't go to round one because I got discussing things with colleagues. Round two, I went to this navigating incivility and harassment of public officials. It was put on by lawyers, so in some ways, because of the law, they couldn't really say what needed to be said, but at the same time, what is coming out is there are some municipalities that are having a very tough time with moving things forward, having decorum at meetings, people's property getting defaced, equipment being shot at. So there's some challenges out there. One of the things that did come out of it is that there is a court case happening right now, and within a couple of weeks, there should be some direction. Probably the direction we're going to hear is to take a look at updating our procedures well. So that's just something to take a look at. Maybe April 24th, we had Selkirk Biz State of the Region, very well attended. Matter of fact, I think there might have been twice as many people there than last time, or close to it.
Close to it.
And then April the 27th, we had the budget open house meeting, and we had a pretty good crowd. It was actually pretty good. We had some good questions. You know, a little bit of advice, which isn't bad. That's all I've got, unless there's questions. Sorry for the length.
We'll let you go this time. Any questions for Scott from other members? Go ahead, Councillor Horbis.
Okay, meeting on the 14th with our basic meeting all the time, and then we had a cow meeting on the 15th. Then on the 21st, I went to Brandon for the 3 days, attended a lot of the things that Scott had talked about, pretty much all the same things. Then on the 24th, we went to the Gaffers for the, there was about twice as many people as whatever, a lot of politicians, though, big politicians, so I think that's why a lot of people showed up. And then on the 27th was the open house here last night. And that's it.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Horbis? Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
Okay, thank you. April 15th, committee of the whole meeting. The April 16th, the week board meeting, budget issues and equipment. April 21st to 22nd, I also attended the AMM, the awards banquet. The speaker, the opening speaker on at the banquet, but Michael Landsberg, kind of enjoyed his presentation. And the breakout session, as Scott said, we attended the same one. Navigating incivility and harassment of public officials. Seems well, for one, there's a couple of municipalities that are having their issues with court cases going on, and seem to be pretty well, they were having a meeting that Tuesday, and they didn't know what was gonna happen. But certain people were gonna show up there and what was gonna happen. Picked up a cold there too. To be back to a few other people.
Too much party.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, April 24th, the State of the Region at Gaffers. Some dignitaries there, Jeff Horton, Richard Pershot, and Rob Canoe, but it was well attended. April 27th, last night was our budget open house. And I think Deepak did a great job of presenting and answering everybody's questions. 100%, thank you. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Dave? Go ahead, Rob.
Just a comment, because both Dave and Scott brought it up, and one would only hope that with, you know, the way the world is today and the way even around our province, just hearing the harassment and the stuff that's happening in the RNs, when you read the details of that, it's actually scary. And one can only hope, I only hope, that law enforcement acts quickly to suppress and to go after and potentially prosecute people who choose to act that way and make threats the way they do, because when that happens, it sends a message to others who are thinking of doing that, that no, you're not going to do that and you're not gonna get away with it. So we can only hope that that's what's happening in these RNs, that RCMP are investigating and are doing their jobs, because more often than not, RCMP are too busy to do their job and do their job adequately. That's just a comment.
Thank you for that, Rob. And I think there would be a lot of people that agree with that because it's not very good in some areas. I'll just leave it at that. Go ahead, Dave, and then Sandra.
I'm just wondering, like, when we had the issue here at Lebo with the dog incident. And, you know, DPAC made sure that the RCMP were here. I don't know why they wouldn't do the same thing. Like, they know somebody's gonna be disrupting the meeting, have the RCMP there,
Absolutely.
not to wait till after the fact and then,
Yeah.
cause it could be done, you did it, so. You think, yeah, anyway, that's all, just a comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sandra.
Just to finish on your comment, I did speak to the gentleman about that.
Oh, good.
And he said that, that they have asked previously for them to come, and they told him they were too busy.
Oh,
So, just gives them some assurance for getting them, but he said they were gonna be asking them again to attend. So,
Too busy that they couldn't come, or too busy
Yes.
they don't wanna get involved?
I
So-
think too busy that they couldn't come. I'm just gonna take the first one, I don't know.
So I didn't know that tidbit information, but the comment I made seconds ago, I was alluding to that. I didn't know that, but there you go. I made a suggestion and it was right. That they are too busy to attend a lot of these threats. Anyways,
Okay.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. April 15th, budget meeting, mine's gonna be the same, a lot of repeats. April 21st, I'll just add, I attended the Good Roads, the meeting. Our Madam Mayor was again re-elected as the chair. And, I did attend the banquet evening, and I just wanted to add on, Clem's did, they actually won 2 awards. They also were a provincial winner, and they got Best Country Non-Farm Home Grounds. So they were brought up for that. Nobody knew who was winning that one. And then they also won that for our district. So that was very nice. And I think a surprise for their second award.
Claims have ties to legal.
Yes. April 22nd to 23rd, I also attended AMM. Also did attend the exact same breakout session. I'm gonna say Michael Landsberg, he was a very good speaker on mental health. The next day was the Dr. Shauna Pandy. She was actually, she's an astronaut. She started with environment science that she's been doing. And she actually was born in Brandon. As she drove around and she said where they used to live, and she was born at the Brandon Hospital. So that was one of the things that they brought her in as a speaker. That was at the very beginning. So, and how she's developed on, and then her father got transferred out to another hospital out in Ottawa. So that's where her family lives now. But she was very good, and just like for your hopes and dreams, and she never ever thought she would ever be where she is today. And she is there is a group of female women that are getting ready to go up in space, and she is training right now, and she was showing different things that she has to do for all the training. Another session that I did attend, also another breakout session, was winning is the easy part. It's called Building a Campaign and Leaving a Legacy That Lasts. And that was sort of the theme though of the whole convention too, was legacy, just that it's the end of the 4 years and some people will not be returning. And to go on and note that you guys just had a discussion about with social media and all how the world has changed. That was one of the things here, and one of the comments made of how they're gonna lose so many good, people that are sitting around the council table that are just fed up with the comments and what people get away with making, and there's no consequences. And they said people are not going to, people are done with it, and they're not putting up with it. So hopefully there is something that comes out of that. One of the takeaways from one of the breakout session was, what was once about a community building, growth and doing right by people has now become about winning and losing and holding power. And then they said the world is changing and it's pointless to pretend you aren't impacted. In these turbulent times, you need an anchor. So that was a couple of things that they really went on and saying to be strong, and always to have a partner, and then always to bring back at your council table is, why are you on council and what did you run for? So that's a good thing to bring back with anybody, like, you know, with people running that again too. And then they had at the end, they had a farewell, and it was almost like a retirement for people that have already made their mind up that aren't coming back. So they had a farewell networking for everybody else. And on April 24th, I also attended State of the Region, and I think that's the first time that the Premier has ever come out to a State of the Region. So it was actually really nice to have all levels of government. It was very impressive. The place was packed in there, and it was, and our mayor did a fantastic job. The slideshow that our CEO set up, and
Of course,
the staff.
the premier walked in right after you were done.
Of course. I thought he was in already. I didn't see
You
when he
might have
walked
been
in.
standing at the back of the room, cause
He
I
was in time for
really
supper.
He was standing at the back, yeah.
He was at the back.
He was at the back. And then last night, having our RM open house for a budget. And it was nice to see how many people came forward also, and just the conversation and comments made.
And Canoe acknowledged our Councillor David Horbus.
He did. He went around the room, sort of scanned of people that he knew and how they associated with them. So yes, that was nice.
Yeah, it was.
The legal connection again.
Yep, definitely the Ward 2 connection in legal. The Ward 2.
Anything else
No,
that you
and
have,
that's everything.
Sandra?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Sandra? I know we've kind of been chatting, so go ahead, Scott.
Remember I asked you about the McAfee group? It was Tyler. We used to work for AMF.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah.
spoke,
At that other.
so I got his card. He's doing consulting on
Oh, is he?
communications and
Okay.
branding, stuff like that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
Just two items, the open house yesterday, and the State of the Region. With regards to the open house yesterday, yes, it was good to see some people with some really decent questions. The reason I said what I said regarding around contacting the CEO, because there were a couple of comments made about, you know, information you can tell that people were reading on social media, on Facebook, about the need to hook up to water, the need to hook up to sewer.
Right.
Because it's the wrong information that's being spread. The one lady made some comments about how bad the other municipalities are and the shape they're in and the arguing and the innuendo and the pot stirring. That's why I said what I said. And whenever I get a chance, I'll continue to say it, because people need to call the RM to get the information and don't listen to their computer. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I got pretty much the same as everybody else. Regular meeting on the 14th of April, committee of the whole on the 15th with our budget. 15th also our PD regular meeting, and then the 20th to the 22nd in Brandon. 21st was a really busy day for me because I had the Manitoba Good Roads Board meeting first. Then I attended the Mayors, Reeves and CAOs meeting on the AMM side. Then there was the Manitoba Good Roads AGM right after that, and then the banquet and awards. So it was a very busy day, but it was really good, so I really enjoyed it. And then I did come home Tuesday or Wednesday, cause I did have meetings here on Thursday in Selkirk, so. And the Selkirk Biz on the 24th, the State of the Region, I thought it was very well attended, and I have to agree, it was nice to see all the levels of government represented, and I know that Premier Canoe made a couple of announcements, not so much for our municipality, but for the area, so that was good too. The 24th, after, after we rushed back from Lockport, we had a John Q meeting we attended via Zoom. And yesterday, the budget open house, and I thought too, it was kind of nice to see a few people out, and there were some good questions, and people are just curious about different things, so. And that's all I have. Anybody, any questions, comments? I'm gonna hand it over to Deepak then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start off with an apology. I do not have the CA report. Unfortunately, due to being away at the conference, which I also attended, as well as the State of the Region, as well as the budget, this one fell off the tracks. I plan to provide a detailed report at the next meeting, and there'll be two, like in previous. We'll have one for this month and then one for next month. But I will give you a bit of an update on some of the things that have happened and where we are. First of all, we've had another meeting of the Infrastructure Advisory Committee with East St. Paul, and we're moving forward on completing and getting the agreement sort of finalized. I also met with our engineers for our waste and water and waste, and we've completed the designs and completed the various capacity studies. They're finalizing the numbers so that we can have a final report that I hope to bring to the next council meeting, that we can then publish our reports for full transparency, talking about what all these reports and work will produce. We wanted to make sure that the reports were complete, as we wanted to make sure that we don't just identify problems, but also resolutions to those problems, if there are any. With those, there will be the capacity study, as well as some design options for our lagoon for future upgrades. On top of that, we also had a meeting with our consultants that were selected as part of the previous contract and had been put on hold, and have now started the work on doing the testing for the new wells. And we'll be starting the testing in the next few days, and looking at the location for the new well that we plan to use with our water treatment plant. Now, I want to make sure that everybody understands that we will still be within our water rights license and significantly below our water rights license. So the water rights license gives us a certain amount of water that we can draw upon, and we've had it for the last 20 plus years, or almost 20 plus years, and the license determines it based on a yearly draw, and we are nowhere near that yearly draw. We're not even half of that yearly draw. So that gives us an opportunity. What this will allow us to do is utilize both trains more effectively. And we have the room for the third train, so this is an opportunity so that when we're ready to upgrade to the third train, we will have an opportunity to be able to do that, because our first two wells are too close to each other here, and they should be spread out a little further. They are doing well testing, and we'll have also, they will be reaching out as part of that program to our residents who will have wells in the area, just letting them know that they're doing testing and what it's all about. This is not looking at getting a new environmental act license or new waters license, but it is to make sure that we keep our residents up to speed what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Is that part of regulation that they must do that?
Yes, and common practice. And Friesen Drillers will be doing all that work, and they've been doing, and they are the ones knowledgeable about all this water. They also can answer some of the questions that some people may have had access to old studies and information that Friesen Drillers can talk about. Perfect example was Selkirk and St. Clements were so close to each other, drawing upon the same aquifer in the past. There was an impact. Selkirk, when they moved their well field into St. Andrews area, that had a significant impact because they have a well for testing that. They are going to look at putting another well in for testing because you may recall that there was a well on our site over here where we did development and nobody could determine what that belonged to. Well, I discovered that was for Friesen Drillers to do well testing, but it had lost some of the electronics that wasn't able to tell us that it was used for well testing. So we'll be doing a new one for that. They will also add some additional wells for well testing so that we can ensure and then be able to monitor the draw as we go through the year. If we need to get a new environmental license, that will obviously take the appropriate amount of consultation that's needed in doing any kind of environmental licenses or expansion of any white water rights that you haven't, if you need to increase them. At this point, we don't think there should be any impact because we're well within what was already tested and allowed. So they'll test for larger amounts. On top of that, we had a meeting with our St. Paul technical committee members, their technical people, myself, their CAO, and their engineers to talk about the connection to the East St. Paul. And I do have a map here that I can share later with council. It's not available for public until it's been finalized, but it kind of draws out the structure of how the water line would come from the Arm of St. Clements and where it would end up in Arm of East St. Paul. The recommendation is most likely to put it into their own existing reservoir and use it for distribution purposes. One thing to note as part of their testing and analysis and looking at our data, I think it should be noted that our water is, they identify total organic carbons in the water and water quality. Theirs are at 1.45 milligrams per liter. Ours are at 0.58 milligrams per liter. So you can see that the quality of water that's coming in is going to be significant.
Go ahead,
That note,
Glenn.
yesterday, Marion said that they had water tested over there and it's perfect.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, and in addition, we just did some testing on that we put out into the internet, that our water that's been tested for forever chemicals, and there were no discernible forever chemicals found in our water. That's good to know because some of that is leach right through the grounds. We have a great location for all that. The other part of that analysis is that the water will be blended in with East St. Paul's water so that they can distribute a consistent water chemistry throughout the entire RM. So ours will always be softer and much different than what will be on the other side of the border.
So if you are blending the waters, if they were to do a test after, you may not get those same numbers because it's our good quality water going into their holding area mixed, so you're not gonna get those same pristine
Yeah,
numbers.
and both of those are still like, good water, it's just,
For sure.
but they'll have a consistent approach without having to worry about it, and this way they can have a proper management cycle on it. So that deals with our service sharing so that we can move forward as we continue. I know that they're going through their own development plan approvals, which is, we are, that's nothing to do with us as much as we are here to work with East St. Paul to accommodate their needs, because as you know, East St. Paul has run out of capacity for providing water to their residents, as well as sewer capacity. We have completed, on top of that, signed off on the agreement as per council's authorization from last month, and WSP is now completing the water and wastewater management plans that will be, completed for the future horizon and also used to inform future planning. And those, those plans should be completed in the next month and a half. And, we're expecting, with that, further engineering studies and so forth, but it'll look at the full wastewater and water for East St. Paul, St. Clements, and for the southern portion of St. Andrews. And, which is basically southern portion of Lockport South. And, after that, we've completed the budget, as you know, information is being put out there, as, you've seen, we're gonna have our overview as well as other documents so that we can keep our residents as informed as possible. And if there are any other future announcements to be made, as soon as we get the information about it, we'll make sure.
Thank you. Anything else? Any questions for Deepak?
Just one I can bring up in camera after.
Okay. Glenn, have you got your committee report ready?
Yeah, sure. It's brief, been away, April 21st, 23rd, AMM in Brandon. Speakers were very good, trade show was very busy. And April 27th, yesterday, we had our financial plan here, much bigger turnout than we usually get. And that's it.
And that's it, okay, thank you for that. Heather, do you have anything you need to share with us? Okay, so if there are no further questions on any of the committee reports, I believe we can now go in camera.
Do you wanna do that file?
Well, that's what I want to do, the ward boundary.
We're gonna do that at 6
Yeah,
o'clock,
I know.
right?
Okay. Was that planning item considered?
No, it's the election bylaw.
The election
Yeah, I know, so
bylaws,
that's why
awards.
I'm wondering why we're doing after 6.
Accommodating also people that will be coming here to present, and we didn't know what time. We'll
Okay.
be able to get started on that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
But are people able to present on that one?
People
That
can
is,
always, any item on the agenda, they can ask to speak to it, whether they can influence the change.
okay, because it is for third reading, and normally if there was any presentations or opportunities to speak, that's usually at first or second reading.
Usually.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Glenn.
yeah, usually you'd have that on the agenda, not on the planning, you know what I mean, like at a council meeting as opposed to a planning meeting. Just asking, clarify.
Okay, with that, I guess we can go in camera. We do have a few items, I believe, to discuss in camera, so if I could have that resolution, please.
Resolve council recess the regular meeting, go to in camera to discuss legal and personnel issues, and further be it resolved that all matters discussed under remain confidential as per section 83(1)(d) of the municipal act.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazarowicz, second, please. Councillor Strang, all in favor? Opposed? And we'll let Heather shut the camera off, and then we're gonna take 5.
Do you have something you would like to? Should we use the papers here?
Okay, I still don't see Valentina there.
She might have to exit maybe and.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing.
Oh, hang on, I see you now.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, the first.
That was me. No, that's not the way.
Put your laptop, please. Mute.
It's on mute.
There's only the two of us.
Speakers are muted.
That's never happened before.
Okay, let's try that. How are you now? Perfect.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, I just muted you, so you don't need to worry, you'll be heard.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is just do the share so everybody can see the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we can come out in camera if you like.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna pass a resolution to come out of in camera, and we have one item to, deal with before we get into the planning hearing, so if I could have the resolution to come out of camera, please.
Resolved that as per section 152(4) of the Municipal Act, Council of the Royal Municipality of St. Clements does now resume sitting a regular meeting.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Belanger, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if we can, ask Sue to come up, and we are going to do third reading for our ward boundary bylaw, which is, something that we need to do prior to every municipal election, and if you wanna explain it a little bit more.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of the municipal requirements is that prior to a municipal election, council is required to review the wards to make sure they're equally spaced apart or equally represented, which means the equal population representation. So an analysis is created utilizing Statistics Canada as well as postal code data to be able to determine the best boundaries. And there were some boundary adjustments because there was some growth in East Selkirk that precipitated adjusting the boundaries. So the boundary has been moved slightly north on one side of East Selkirk. The first two readings of the bylaw have already occurred, and today we're just doing the final reading of the ward boundary bylaw. And there are two wards in the municipality, 3 councillors from each ward. And Ward 2 is a larger ward, but it's considerably spaced apart. And Ward 1 is a much more concentrated ward. And it's mainly from Highway 44, and then with a little jog now going to represent a little bit more for Ward 1. So if there's, yes, Councillor?
What's the northern road there that we're adding into one?
The Ward 1 has now moved, north to Mowat Road is now the dividing line as compared to 44 Highway.
Thank you.
On the west side of 59.
Yes.
Correct, only on.
44 Highway is still the dividing line for the rest. Now, for election purposes, we will make sure that all residents in that area are informed that they are now part of Ward 1, if they get to be able to choose to vote in that area. And then we'll also make sure that the returning officers are also made aware of this at the during election time.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'll just add, we're gonna have a map on the website. So you could go on the website, put in your civic address, it'll tell you where you vote, what ward you're in, and also who the candidates are for that area. So if people need any help out there, they can certainly go to our website eventually and utilize that map.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, do you wanna bring the resolution forward if there's no other questions?
Certainly, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
And so the resolution for that is resolved that bylaw 4 of 2026, being a bylaw to create ward boundaries, be read a third time.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bezerow, second, please, Councillor Strang. And I'm going to ask that everybody keep their hand raised because it is third reading and it is a recorded vote. So all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we will now move on to our planning files for this evening. And if you haven't signed in, now would be the time to do so. I do have a few names on my lists here. And it's always better, in case you ever have to come again, it's always better if you let us know ahead of time that you're gonna be presenting. I believe it does say that somewheres. Everyone is able to speak, but it makes it a little bit easier on our end if you let us know ahead of time if you're planning to speak, so. With that, the first item on our agenda tonight is a conditional use. And it is at 5839 Henderson Highway, and I'm going to turn it over to the presenter for this evening.
Thank you, Erin.
Before you start, Valentina, I was gonna ask Kayla to give us the rules for the public meeting, so go ahead, Kayla. Right.
Good evening, everyone. Council wishes to thank you for taking an interest in what is happening in your municipality by attending this evening. The purpose of these public hearings is to receive representation from the applicant as well as any person who also wishes to make representation on what is being proposed. We will first hear from the applicant and then from those present who wish to make representation. This will start with anyone who would like to speak in favor of the proposal, followed by those who are opposed to or object to the proposal. At your opportunity to speak, please come to the podium and begin by stating your full name and address for the record. Anyone speaking must address the chair of the meeting. If they have questions that they think the applicant should answer, they should raise them in their presentation to the chair. At the end of all the presentations, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to any questions or concerns that were raised. Please note though, members of council may ask for clarification from the person speaking on any fact or issue, but will not enter into a debate. Finally, once a decision has been made about the application you are in attendance for, you are free to leave the meeting. However, you are more than welcome to remain and observe the discussion of other applications if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kayla. And before we start, I will need a resolution to move into conditional use for it.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and a public hearing be opened for conditional use 6 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, second. Councillor Horvis. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Now I will turn it over to our planner to do the presentation on this conditional use, please.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a second, I can share my screen. Good. Okay. So yes, it is a conditional use application, CU6-2026, located on 5839 Henderson Highway Narrow. And the purpose of that application is to establish a neighborhood rehabilitation home. As per zoning law of St. Andrews in RR and agricultural restricted zone, neighborhood rehabilitation home, it is a conditional use. So this is what the applicant is proposing. Here we can see an air location map of the subject property. And that's a little bit closer look on the property with the proposed structure for the future neighborhood rehabilitation center. And as you can see, we have two zones here that the property is going on. And that's RR and AR also at the southeast part of that. That's some site plan from the applicant indicating that the whole structure is going to be used for the future proposed use. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, directly recommends the following conditions. This conditional use is limited to what is being presented in this application. Any other substantial changes will require a new conditional use approval. Applicant owner contains all required permits from us municipality and also for the commercial occupancy in order to meet all conditions from Manitoba Building Code and Manitoba Fire Code requirements for a public building and receive an occupancy permit. 2, the bed and breakfast that was approved with a minimum of 5 guests under conditional use 13-2009 and variation order 65-2009 be revoked. Applicant only to connect to the municipal wastewater system and pay the fees of outlined by law 8/2023 for the connection. Applicant and obtain all required permission from Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure Development. Applicant order to comply with the regulations under the Public Health Act of the Province of Manitoba. Applicant order to comply with the food and food health and establishments regulations of the Province of Manitoba. Applicant order to comply with all regulations under Workplace Safety and Health Act of Manitoba. Applicant order to comply with a personal care home standards regulations of the province, and applicant order to provide a safety and an emergency plan to be approved by the municipality, the fire department. Also, applicant order to provide a site plan for showing adequate parking. Applicant order to have a maximum 10 patients at one time in the home. Applicant order to have a maximum of 5 healthcare professionals at one of the home. Applicant order to retain a municipal business license for each year of operation. No signage on the property for the operation or neighborhood rehabilitation home. Also, the accessory building cannot be used as a habitable space, and applicant order to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the RM. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh, sorry, we have another one. So it's applicant order to receive licensing from Community Living Disability Services, and applicant order to obtain a permit for legalization and intensification of the use of the existing access into PR 204. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think the applicant order to email, to apply for that permit. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from council to the planner? Okay, is the applicant in the audience this evening? Did you want to come forward, please?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Olga Arshmal. I was wondering, Valentina forwarded the PowerPoint to the office. Was it received and could be displayed? Just some visual. I'll try to be very quick in my presentation. I'll try to clarify the model because there's a bit of discrepancy in the report, and hopefully that will be helpful when the council makes their decision to hopefully be in favor of what we're proposing. But I'll just quickly, I guess, start just saying a few words about myself. My name is Olga Shmalova, like I said, and I am a mental health professional with about 10 years of working with complex mental health issues, and an expert in addiction treatment. I currently serve the National Board for Counselors and Psychotherapists, representing all the counselors and psychotherapists in Manitoba. On the national level, I was also invited to join the National Board for Canadian Mental Health Association due to my expertise and influence here in the province. And this project is not a project from the scratch from me, because I am a former clinical director of a Kelvin Recovery Center, which I worked at for the last 3 years. The center is currently closed, but we are proposing exactly the same model, and that's where I am drawing the regulations and things based on the model that already existed. And so what we are actually proposing is that a small private residential home type facility, it's a home. It's not a medical facility, it's not a care home. It's a small private center, a wellness home where clients can come for short stays up to between 6 to 8 weeks and receive some therapeutic services. They're independent, well-functioning clients, and we're asking for a maximum of 10 residents occupancy, although typically our capacity would be around 6. It would be really rare where we'll be getting higher than that. However, just for the sake of the capacity, we'd like to ask that. So all the clients who come to engage in this program are there voluntarily. It is not a locked facility. It is not a custodial facility. It's just a small residential type program for adults who want to, work on their wellness. And there's nothing like no model like that in Manitoba. And over the last 3 years, we served high-profile clients, executives, well-known people in the community whose names I can't disclose for confidentiality reasons, but those are going to be South Bay clients coming to reset, stabilize, and be there. So they're not going to be receiving care or any medical treatment services, and that's where the discrepancy comes in place, because in daily operation, the property would function no different than a well-maintained private residence with minimal traffic and no disruption to surrounding neighbors. So why we choose this property is because it was already utilized for a similar model for over the last 12 years, where the number of occupants was less. However, they were coming there for almost similar purposes, to refresh, to get some peaceful time, so they could return back to their lives. And so the layout, the design, the energy is exactly what we're looking for. And the clients who will be serving are clients who seek privacy, and this property is perfect because it would allow discrete environments where no one will know that they're there. And this is absolutely important for us as a business to be able to provide it to them. So just to clarify again what this is not a medical or care facility. This is not a high traffic facility. This is not a drop-in or walk-in service. This is not an emergency or crisis center. This is not an institutional setting. This is not a shelter. And there's no care again provided, because people who come for services, they're well functioning. There's no cognitive or physical disabilities when they arrive, and there is no medical treatment provided. So residents are also very carefully screened and admitted in a planned and a structural way, so there are no random people there. And the daily life in the home is very structured. There's morning routine, there's group and individual counseling, because there's a therapist on site. There's time for reflection, rest, personal development, and quiet, low activity evenings. The overall environment is calm, consistent, and well supported. Couple of slides down. So the neighborhood impact, maximum of 10 residents, however, is said on average would be around 6. Residents stay for extended but short period of time, typically between 6 to 8 weeks. They're not there permanently. They're just there to reset, stabilize, and integrate back to their lives. Very low turnover, minimal traffic, no public access or outside programming. We will have staff present on site, substitute for the owner, and also be able to provide the therapeutic support that residents will need. This is designed to function as a quiet residential home, and this is a critical distinction between the care home or medical institution. And the goal is to integrate seamlessly into the neighborhood, preserving its character while providing a meaningful and needed service. So safety and oversight, we already have an existing team of passionate professionals who are the experts who provided services in a similar model. So they're available. We have clear structure, program protocols, policies, everything's developed already. Residents are screened prior to admission, so no acute crisis, no acute medical situations. People coming there and they're screened. We focus on stability, responsibility, respectful behavior. Just make sure that we maintain good reputation in the community, and safety and consistency, of course, are essential to how the program operates. So our commitment is to maintain a quiet and respectful environment and visibly and operationally not be any different than a large residential family functioning home. Operate with professionalism and accountability. We commit to be responsive to any concerns to ensure the property is well managed and maintained. Also committed to being a positive and responsible presence in the community. And just to finalize quickly wanted to go over the proposed conditions for approval. We support most of the conditions. They're pretty straightforward and we would be following them with no objections, but there are a few things that I wanted to clarify because that would change. Hopefully based on what I presented right now, you'll be able to see the difference between residential home type model and as opposed to care facility. So if we go to number 2 of the recommended conditions, where we would obtain all the required permits from the Ridgeway Planning District to ensure that we meet Manitoba Building Code and Manitoba Fire Code. We would, based on recommendations coming from Red River Planning District, we hired a code analyst who concluded, based on the information provided, that the type of business that will be running falls under the group occupancy type C rather than care facility. So we would definitely go ahead with obtaining all the permits and making sure that we meet all the code within that classification. The next one is number 9. The applicant wanted to comply with the personal care home standards regulation for the province of Manitoba. Just like I said, based on the proposed model and supporting code analysis, no care is defined under the code is being provided, because if we look at the definition of what care means, it means provision of services other than treatment by or through care facility, management to residents who require these services because of cognitive, physical, or behavioral limitations. Our clients are ambulatory, capable of self-evacuation. They're voluntarily, they're not receiving any care or medical treatment, so that differentiates it from that. So number 9 becomes not applicable to us. Number 12, I'd like to correct the used words patients. We're asking for 10 residents. They're not patients because it's not a medical facility. Number 13, we were asking for maximum number of 10 staff on site. That's just the size of the team. It doesn't mean that they're always going to be there. It's just the size of the team. Our staff are going to be rotating. So probably quarterly we would have team meetings where all the team will be on site. But the average number of staff will be between 3 to 5 during the day and just 1 overnight. Also, I would like to correct the word healthcare professionals, because those are not healthcare professionals, because this is not a medical facility. This is on-site staff who are counselors, peer support workers, therapists, administration, but not a healthcare professionals. Number 18, applicants to receive licensing from Community Living Disability Services also would not apply to us, because we're not serving people with disability. Based on the proposed residential model and supporting formal analysis, the program does not fall under the regulated care or custodial services. So this licensing requirement does not apply, like I said. And the last one, 19, that we would obtain a permit for legalization and anticipation of the existing access into MPR 204. We would be happy to confirm existing access compliance and determine if any additional permitting is required. With that, I would pass it on to for questions or clarifications.
Okay, thank you for that. And I will open it up, council. Any questions to the presenter? Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
I have a question just on one of the statements that was made. Therapeutic wellness that is going on there right now, that's why you chose the location of what's going on there right now. Do we have a conditional use then on what's going on right now? Because I thought the current conditional use of this location is for a bed and breakfast.
You are correct. Sue can answer that a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, so in 2009, there was a bed and breakfast approved. It was a conditional use in this particular area. The applicants, are retiring or selling the home and looking to pass it on. But there was two applications. There was one for a conditional use for a bed and breakfast on this property. And then the second one was to vary the number of guests that they could have in that bed and breakfast. Our definitions in the zoning bylaw stated they could only have 2 guests. So they came and requested a variance to change it to 5. So there was a conditional use and a variance, and we put them here as a condition that they would be revoked as part of this application. So they would no longer stand.
And so the current use
Is a bed and breakfast.
is a bed and breakfast, but that's not what is actually happening on site.
I don't believe so. I did some research on it. It looks like, it had to do with the Women Be Refreshed, kind of a spiritual healing type of resort or area for ladies and the people that, you know, needed some care and help.
So now that it's become, at the attention of the RM and Red River Planning, we need for everyone to know that the bed and breakfast is being recommended to be revoked if this gets approved. But if it doesn't, it'll still be asked to be revoked because that's not what is being done on site.
I'd just like to make a couple of statements if I could, with regards to the applicant's comments and changing the conditions. One of the things that she can't really change the intention of the application. So the letter that we have on record is what we record. So when you say changes in staff numbers and that, we can't accept it because it's a change in the actual application. So I appreciate, you know, giving alternatives to those conditions. Council may add something like if required to the end of it, and if we find that she doesn't, then, you know, we can, as administration, we can, you know, check that off as being done. The other thing I'd like to make note of, we did get a copy of the report from the engineer in regards to the building and fire code compliance report. This one, it says, based on the report, building area height, the principal dwelling remains the general scope of a part 9 of the 2020 National Building Code. We are now in 2024 Building Code National. So this code is outdated as far as this report goes. So just a note for council.
The code analysis.
Yeah, he's comparing it to code analysis of 2020 as compared to the code analysis of 2024.
Correct. And from what I heard, the applicant say that there was an application for 10, but I think the applicant is talking about 6 or 5.
No, I was saying that the average, the maximum capacity of residents is 10. In reality, it will be around 6. We're just asking for 10 just in case. Because we want that to be at that capacity, and the number of staff is going to be around maximum 5 during the day.
Yeah, and the letter here states maximum capacity of 10 residents and approval for up to 10 staff on site. So again, the intentions of what she's saying is not what's been presented in this application. So therefore, the planner had read it out that if it's we're dealing with this particular letter of intent that she's already submitted as part of the application.
Correct, that's why I asked for the correction here when we're talking of 10 on-site staff, because in your conditions, it's 5, where in my intent, I asked for 10.
So Madam Mayor, just one more question.
Sure, go right ahead.
The code analysis is completed based on 10 and 10 or 10 and 5?
10 and 10.
Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Is this a for-profit facility?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Bazarowicz.
You said you worked at another facility similar for 3 years?
Correct.
Is that facility still operating?
It's closed
Closed. Do you know why it closed?
for irrelevant reason.
Have you operated another a facility like this yourself before, or you just worked at one
With a partner.
with a partner? That was your facility as well
It was not my facility, however, within my role, I was responsible for operating the business.
then? All right, thank you.
Okay, I have one question. There are two buildings on that property. What is the second building being used for? Cause it's my understanding that the house in the back is what you're going to be using for your facility. What is the building at the front going to be used for?
It's currently used as a shop to store equipment and all the things which we're going to maintain that. It's not going to be used for any other purposes rather than a shop to store equipment.
Okay, so there's nobody staying in there, there's no like kitchen facilities or washroom facilities in that building?
There is a unit above the shop. I don't think it's a lived-in currently, and we're not going to use it because we have a big building to use. We're not interested in that particular.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from members of council at this time? Okay, I do have a few other people that are wanting to present, and if we need to, we'll call you back after everybody has presented to answer any questions that some of the people may have, so thank you for your presentation. Okay, the next name I have on my list is Carrie Wilkinson.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Wilkinson. I'm here in support of Olga Shmalova's business. I didn't realize I was presenting tonight, but I do have a lot to say and a lot of support to offer her. I was her colleague at Kelvin Recovery Center, which I ran for 4 years. I was the managing director there. So I've done a lot of background work with her on her business plan and the structure of her format. And mostly what I wanted to come here and speak about this evening is, I know you're very focused on, the permitting and the licensing and doing everything above board, which we're very familiar with. We had to deal with that in the RM of Richet for the 4 years that we ran Kelvin. But more importantly than that, I wanted to speak about how important this work is and the ripple effect it has on community. The soul of this business and the intent of the business is reunification of community and reunification of families. Although the facility will house individuals for their treatment program 6 to 8 weeks, that one individual and the success that they have and the healing that they have and the therapy that they're going to be receiving is going to have a ripple effect on their entire support system. So they walk out refreshed, they walk out healed, they walk out with a new sense of structure and accountability and recovery, and that has a lasting impact on children and parents and loved ones and employers, and most importantly, the community. I have full confidence in Olga's ability to run this facility as successfully as we ran Kelvin. And I just think that I don't want to draw attention to this too much, we are in an epidemic. Our country is in an epidemic, our province is in an epidemic, our city and our rural municipalities are in an epidemic right now with mental health and addiction and the disconnection that we've created with technology and just the way that our society is right now. And I think there's a real need for a facility like this. And I know that Olga is willing to, be willing and just, work with the council and work with the community to make this happen in a successful way, because it's really important to be able to have people have access to this therapy that they wouldn't normally have access to. I think that's what I want to say.
Okay, and I apologize, I did not ask you for your address.
My address?
Yes, your address.
I live in Winnipeg, 31 Iroquois.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions for the presenter? Go ahead, Councillor Bezrowitz.
In your other facility, was it, equipped with a commercial kitchen?
There was, yes,
There was?
yes.
Would there be a commercial kitchen in this home?
That would be up to the health permit.
Okay.
It would, the reason Kelburn did have to have a commercial kitchen was because of the participants. They had a maximum of 12 participants, which changes the facility's functioning, and so they had to have a commercial kitchen. If it was 10 or less, sometimes the RM or the health inspector won't require that. It will really be up to the health inspector. I don't believe it has a commercial kitchen right now, but it may need to have the occupancy permit.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Okay, thank you for your presentation. Joy Thomas Klassen. And if you could just give us your mailing or your address, please.
Yeah. We own the home. Our address currently is 5839 Henderson, Narrow. I just want to say a couple of things. We asked originally for, the variance was for 5 bedrooms. That's what it was for. And we got that. We ran as a bed and breakfast retreat. That was always on our license. And it just meant that people came from this time to the next day, same way a bed and breakfast, except they stayed a few hours longer. We've been hoping that the home would continue to be used for something that would benefit other people. We noticed in the women we had go through, we did actually have some men as well. We shortened it up and just often called it the well, but it was predominantly women. We had about 340 come and stay through our doors, and none for more than 3 days. So nothing long term. There's often times they didn't get any therapy. I'm by a profession, I was a pastor, and so that's why we operated as a nonprofit, and we also operated as a place where people could come to get renewal and operating in a Christian home. So that was what the government gave us our nonprofit for. We had about 340 people come through our doors, and I would say that there was some of them that I would have loved to have recommended somewhere else. Some of them that just walking with them or sitting with them at a breakfast, I knew that there was more that they needed, but I was unable to give them. So anyways, we were very excited about this. We've never had trouble in our neighborhood. We're right onto a church, as well as really good interactions with neighbors. Never had trouble. We've often had leadership groups come for the day, and cars have come and gone, and nobody's ever complained. So it really excites us that the home would be used for something, because it was built with the intent of being used for what we used it for, and we know that now it's just too big for an older couple. And just to verify, the loft or the barn, originally we had, we lived in there while we built, and the deal was once we built, we didn't use it as a dwelling. So there is a bathroom in there, and so anyways, that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions for the presenter? Oh, everybody's good. Thank you. Okay, the next name I have is Amanda Sobey. And if you could just give us your address, please.
It's 504 Springfield Road in Winnipeg.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Sobey, and I was a client at Kelburn. I didn't think I was presenting when I signed up on the sheet, so I'm a bit prepared. I have been very not public with being a client. A lot of shame and embarrassment comes when you have struggles in your life, and especially when it's in your backyard. It's so easy to push people away even my own family, well, half of my family. I carry many titles. I've been a full-time single mom, raising my boys single-handedly. I have a Bachelor of Science and I'm working on a Master's. I'm an all-natural bodybuilder, so I love health and fitness. I'm learning how to hang glide and kite surf and follow my passion on my bucket list. I'm working towards my herbalism right now course with my professor who used to work at Kelburn as well too. I'm a woman of many things, but I also had problems. I've been a victim of abuse, all forms, and I didn't know how to deal or cope. And Kelburn gave me a place to sit in nature and watch the birds. As silly and as simple as that sounds, not to be disruptive, but to find peace and healing within myself. You can go up and down Main Street, as I'm sure we all do, and judge, point the finger. I've done it too. But people don't want to be broken. They just want to heal, and sometimes they reach for what's close nearby. And I think I'm probably not the only one in this room that knows someone within arm's length that may deal with their life in an unhealthy way. The staff at Kelburn have gifts that they want to use and a place to use them. Oh gosh, my knees are shaking. If this approval does go through, you might be changing the next generation of amazing people in your community that can help pick up garbage, plant trees, walk with kids, learn and inspire, maybe possibly fill your seats at your desks. It's not about us right now, it's about what's to come ahead of us, and I think we all have a due diligence to make the world a better place than once we found it, and Lord knows, it's just fallen apart. And in your RM, there's always a job to be done. There's always something left to be picked up. And I just think that if with enough love and support and guidance and the right people in place, you really can change, maybe not the world, but you can definitely change a spot in this piece that you might call home. So thank you for letting me share. I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the presenter? I think you're okay for now. Thank you very much for coming up.
The mayor's gonna speak, mention the names that have people signed up. You're not obligated to speak. You can just stand up and say in support or not in support. But if you wanna speak, you're definitely welcome to.
Okay, the next name I have is Josh Clausen.
Yeah, I don't wanna speak other than to just say I live down the street and, think it's a good idea. So I'm in favor of it, yeah.
Thank you for that. And Robbie Rocks as.
She left, she's not much of a talker.
Oh, okay, okay.
And please give your name and address so that you can tell that as well.
Okay, the next one I have is Eugene and Anna, and I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try and pronounce this name because I know I will not do it properly. So if you want to just come to the podium if you could. And if you could just give us your last name and where what your address is.
It's Juliana Schusterman from 47 Trail, St. Andrews, Manitoba. And I'm a real estate agent for this lovely lady, and that's why we've been working very hard to find something like that for her and for her business. And basically, I will be the first one who will be submitted there, for sure. Because I am a workaholic, and it's not something that you always thinking is a normal thing. Actually, you all think that it's normal, but it's something that we've been, I can't. You did it. Thank you for being so emotional. Okay, so when we hear the word rehabilitation, we're all thinking about the really broken people on Main Street. But it's not only for them, it's for people who are very successful and who's ashamed of being broken. When we all are, basically, or I am, because I don't know how to rest, and that's what she does. Okay, so that's what I think that will give us in that space, in that place. So that's from my perspective.
Yeah.
And he's suffering because I'm working.
I'm workaholic cousin.
So,
Thank you for that.
Yes. Any questions?
Questions? No, it looks like everyone's good for now. Okay, the next name I have is Wayne and Cynthia Johnson.
Hi. Oh, I don't think you can get to the podium.
That's
So
okay.
that's fine.
We live at 5856 Henderson. We're almost directly across from the proposed facility. My concerns on security and safety in the community. Our grandchildren play in the front part of our property. There's grandchildren and children that go to school. There's all sorts of issues that are associated with having a facility that deal with mental illness. And I certainly appreciate that these facilities have to go somewhere, and that someone has to step forward and do that. But 44 years ago, I was a police officer, and I went to a call at a facility much like this is being described. And in the end, 3 of us were shot. We had to kill the young man who had gone off his medications. And I've had to live with killing someone for most of my life, and as has my son and my wife, and that's deeply affected us. So that's the flip side if something goes wrong. Now, I'm not saying something's gonna go wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's the flip side. Okay? Now, is this facility going to be dealing with people that are dealing with drug issues, violence issues? What I listened to what was being said, but I didn't hear directly, no, we're not dealing with people on drugs. No, we're not dealing with violent people. And I would like that question answered. And I'd like council to think long and hard, would you want this next door to you, next door to your children and to your grandchildren? And I truly dislike having to say this. You know, being the guy that says, hey, it's not my neighborhood. Because I get it has to go somewhere. But I've been treated for post-traumatic stress. It's not a great feeling killing someone. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you for that. And once I have everyone who has wanted to speak, perhaps the applicant can answer your questions for you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, the next names I have are Mark and Rita Geiger. And if you just give me your address, please.
We're Mark and Rita Geiger, we're from Regina, Saskatchewan. We live on the farm, so it's a land location. I think the first thing that I would like to address this evening is that we support Olga to the position of this residence as a joint venture. We have 2 children that have recovered from addiction. Functioning children with careers, with family, and with grandchildren. So from our perspective, this facility is more of a safe haven for the people that are working there, the residents that are seeking help there, the community that they're integrating back into, and learning how to function in society as independent, healthy individuals. Along life, we get thrown challenges that we don't know how to face. We do the best we can with the decisions that we make at that time. Does that imply those decisions can never be changed or altered? I don't think so. If any of us reflect on our life and had to live 2 lives, we would make different decisions. And those decisions could alternate our life in a moment or a lifetime. So from a perspective of individuals that have lived with children with addictions that are adults, as well as integrating them back into society as functioning adults, having grandchildren ourselves, and the opportunity, which I want to speak the most highest about, is the need for community. We are all suffering for a lack of community. We are all suffering by not looking at our neighbors, the children on the street, the teenagers that are struggling, the adults that are struggling, the disabled people in our society, our elderly people that we put into care homes, not what is being proposed tonight. That is not what's being proposed tonight. This is a bridge. If you can visualize a bridge, they're on one side of the bridge and they'd like to cross back over. OVA gives them a resting place in order to gather a new toolbox so they can cross the bridge back and be united into their communities. Her center is far-reaching. I'm coming from Saskatchewan. I have children in BC and grandchildren in BC. So this is not an isolated incident where it's just happening to Manitoba. We're suffering in Saskatchewan, we're suffering in Alberta, we're suffering in BC. This is not just one community. It is national. What are we spending in our healthcare systems? What are we spending? Where are we sending them? To emergency? We've sent people to emergency and they came out and they jumped in the river. So I would like you to consider OVA's facility. And I know that people can get shot. I know there's drug dealing. I understand that. However, when you stand alone and you don't have supports, you do not think clearly. And maybe you do make mistakes that are non-reversible. And they do affect other people's lives and the community as a whole. So that's what I would really like you to consider this evening, a community, reforming and rebuilding community. That's what I'd like you to consider.
My note would just be more for the building aspect of it, and it's very important that it doesn't be approved or as a personal care home, because that's basically gonna sink us. Because then
And it's not a personal care home.
no, it's not. Because the sprinkler fire system is not feasible, not in that building for the cost, and we're on the way. So that's the number one thing that's gonna kill it, is if it's classified as a personal care home. That's kind of the end of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the presenters before I go further? Go ahead.
Now that the sprinkler system, so I'm gonna address a technical issue here. You've asked council, and you've mentioned that it can't be classified as something. Council doesn't get to make that decision, just so you understand.
Okay.
That is a building code classification,
Okay.
and it's built off the engineering and the code analysis that'll be done, and off the professionals who determine for the type of occupancy. So when you get a zoning approval, does not mean that you still can meet the building code requirements. So it needs to be really critical here so that you understand that. And we met with, Olga earlier to make sure that you made, as much of an effort to make sure that depending on the type of occupancy and the number of people that are being placed in this building, zoning isn't the only gate that you have to cross. The more significant gate is sometimes the building code. And although the location may be perfect, it may not give you the resources to deliver it properly. And so that's the part that we felt that it was important that you were able to do a proper code analysis initially, so that you can determine it's not gonna be put into a Part 9 building, or it's gonna be classified under the code. So under the zoning bylaw, you could say, oh, it's just a, sake of argument, a bed and breakfast, but it's seen as a personal care home still, or under the building code. So the building code is very, very specific, and there isn't a lot of leeway. So if the sprinkler system is going to be a non-starter, I think you need to know that well in advance. I just want to warn you, because that's the challenge with the housing as opposed to Part 3 buildings.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, I do not at this time have any other names on my list, but if there is anybody who still wishes to speak, now would be your opportunity to come to the podium and identify yourself and give us your presentation.
I forgot to put it on the list. I'm presenting a letter on behalf of my neighbor. She's at 5866, I'm at 5856, Henderson Highway. Johnson is my name. Her name is Ashley Prefontaine. She's writing to express some concerns that I have regarding proposed neighborhood rehabilitation home at 5839 Highway. I'm unable to attend the meeting due to family obligations that was scheduled. Firstly, rehabilitation home is quite vague, and there's not enough information available to the neighboring residents to feel comfortable welcoming this into the community. Depending on the nature of the rehabilitation, there are significant safety health concerns I'd like addressed. Should there be any safety concerns that do arise requiring immediate attention, the nearest RCMP stations is 15 to 20 minutes away. I do not feel there is not enough police presence as it is in our area to mitigate the potential risks. Should there be any medical emergencies, our fire department is volunteer run, and the nearest hospital is approximately 20 minutes away. Are the on-site staff equipped to handle these situations as they arise, so as not to put additional and unnecessary strain on our existing services? Additionally, I have 2 small children who walk and bike frequently past this property on our way to the mailboxes and to the parking lot. It's a place for them to safely ride their bikes because we're on Henderson Highway. I feel uncomfortable again, not knowing what type of behaviors, risks they could potentially be exposed to by allowing this facility in the neighborhood. And this is thanking you, Ashley Prefontaine.
Okay, are you going to leave that letter?
Yeah,
with us?
you can.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, before I move on, are there any other people in the audience who wish to come forward to the podium? And just give us your name and address, please.
My name is Stacy Shmilova. My address is 1032 Buchanan Boulevard. I live with my mom, Olga. I think this is a great opportunity, especially coming from a generation dealing with so much addiction and just so much mental health. I go to College, Sturgeon Heights Collegiate. I know people that are struggling with addiction. I know that there are people in my school. I have friends that I talk to almost every single day that are struggling, that have a nicotine addiction, whether it's smoking, vaping. I just think that a center like this, because we are almost graduating, and even those that are younger than me, we are in high school, and I am currently 17. My friends are 17, 16, it's just such a hard time, and with so many influences, it would just be helpful knowing that there is a center that they could go to in the future. That I personally think that if my friends, people I know, ever want to get some kind of help, there is help. There is some kind of future help. There are people that they can go to. There's people that they can see, they can talk to. The people I know aren't violent, and those that take medication, they take it to improve their symptoms that aren't violence. They take them to improve perhaps focus symptoms. There aren't any kind of outbursts that I know of. The people that I'm close with, most of them that are my best friends, I don't know of any current addiction that they have, but I do have a friend that has struggled with nicotine in the past year, and she has gotten a lot better. But she still has mental issues that she does address, and she goes on antidepressants, she goes on other kind of medication, but she hasn't been violent. And I'm not going to say that that's the case for all people, because it isn't true. But I believe that this center isn't exactly for those kinds of people. These people are choosing to go to this center to get help because they want to get better. It isn't exactly a center that you are prescribed to go to. This is a center for those who want to get better. And for me personally, I do have concerns with people in my school with their addictions and such. It would just be better for them if they ever, I said this before, but if they ever need to go to somebody, I do want them to know that, you know, there is a potential help, that this center could help them in the future. Again, they are 17, they are turning 18. That's what I'm pretty sure is the age limit for the center. But it's just a year, and if they want to get this professional help, then they can go. If they want to choose that, which I'm really hoping that they do, because I do want them to get better, then I think this would be a great place to go. And especially because I know so many of these people, I know these people will help them, and they will only help them get through this. It's just not a center for people that are violent. Even if they have those tendencies, I don't believe that it is, people don't go to this center to exactly help with their violent issues. They go to get help because they want to get off the addiction, they want to better themselves, they want to help, you know, they want to be with their family, friends, whatever, like, the situation they might be in. I think it's just such a great opportunity, and I just want my generation to get some kind of help and to have some kind of place to go in the future, and then just have hope that this will be, you know, a place that just improves over the years, that they can go no matter what the addiction may be. Like I said, nicotine is a huge one in my school, especially. I see people vaping every day. I know people that vape. I'm friends with people that vape, and that's not something I support. And if they were able to get help for that, that would just be something just amazing, and knowing that they will get help in the future, no matter what. But if I know that my mom is running something like this, that I know she can manage with her friends and all, and the center that she used to work, I think this would just be something great and positive for the community and everybody around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the presenter? No, you're good for now, thank you. Okay, I do not have any other names on my list, as I said, but I will ask once more if there's anybody who didn't sign in. If you want to come to the podium, that would be great. And if you could just give your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Shannon Harley, and I am from Gunton, Manitoba. I was staff at Kilburn for actually 11 years. I was there prior to Olga and Carrie coming, and then stayed on after the leadership changed. And I just would like to address, I was there a lot in the evenings on my own with, clients and residents. And the training and the knowledge that comes with, the position is really important to also understand. Everyone that works there has CPR and first aid. I'm a trainer for nonviolent crisis intervention. You know, the de-escalation, skills that we all have in working with people who, could escalate. All of that is very important in every work setting. And I just want it to be known that, you know, all of these things will be, well, they already, like, the team that we already have has those skills. And if, you know, we had different team members, we would ensure that they also would, acquire those skills. I live in recovery. I've been clean and sober for 26 years. And one of the most beautiful things, I never went to treatment when I quit. I quit because I was scared. I did not have the opportunity of having guidance, or, you know, I had small children. I had a family that didn't know how to support me in that. And if I had had a place like this to go, I wouldn't have struggled for so long. I struggled for 5 years, not using and not drinking, but not participating as a functioning member of society either. And one of the beautiful things that I see with most of the people that have gone through the program is that it speeds up the healing and the ability to rejoin and be a functioning member of society, of your family, be a parent, be a child, be all of those things. And we hang on to that community. So a lot of the people that attended our other program, we have a weekly meeting still. Even though the center is closed, our community is not gone. That support is what I feel ensures the belonging and the accountability. As people living in recovery, we all hold each other accountable. So yeah, I wanted to address a couple of things. I came in late, so I didn't sign, but yeah, thank you.
That's okay. Any questions for the presenter? Okay, thank you.
I don't wanna speak, I just wanna say that I have the same concerns as the rest of my neighbors do,
Okay.
and I'm in the same.
And I need your name and
I'm sorry,
address.
you've already spoken.
Sorry. Last name is Moore, M-O-A-R, and we're at 5892 Henderson.
Last name is
Moore.
Moore?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I will ask one more time, is there anyone who has not signed in that still wishes to speak on this application? Okay, I don't see any hands going up and I don't see anybody getting up, so I will now ask the applicant to come forward and address some of the concerns that she may have heard, and I know that there were a couple of questions.
I want to appreciate your concern because I think I would feel exactly the same in your shoes if I didn't have much information or enough information or experience in here. And I'd say that it still hurts, my heart because it's the reality of what Carrie was saying, and this is why this profession for me and this project, like any project that I do, is not a job, a calling. That's why I'm involved in the national level, because I really want to play part in, you know, having a really good response to mental health epidemic and addictions crisis, because what you're describing is the outcome of that. And being a professional such a high level, I see the reasons, and I see one of the reasons why this kind of incidents happen, because people don't get proper mental health and addiction support. We were all recently shattered by the tragedy happened in the school at Tumbler Ridge, BC, a very small community. And I was consulted by the Canadian Mental Health Association National Office on the statements of which we should put out, and we talked about how there's no evidence concluding you know, exact connection between mental illness and criminal activities. However, in my mind, there is, because you know, this is your experience. And I think that tragedy that happened is the result of the lack of resources in the community. As the investigation went on, that was one of the clearest things, that the person who committed the crime went for help many times to emergency rooms, doing anything, but was not offered anything. And so I believe that the incident like that, with the shooting, is more likely to happen on the street, any street in Winnipeg now. It doesn't even matter anymore. Sadly, at school, and that's why I'm so passionate about it, because my daughter goes to school, and what happened, you know, we're not in the United States anymore, where we could just say, oh, it's not a Canada thing. Well, it is now. I mean, this is BC, that is also well known as being one of the prominent provinces in Canada. So, in my experience, working, there was no incident that took people shooting or things like that. And like I said, this is not an acute crisis center. We're not an emergency facility where people come for like stabilizing violent intentions or things like that. Those people are sent straight to emergency rooms for this. We do have strict protocols and screening tools to assess the willingness to come and participate in the program. So people who come there, they come for help, and they come there stable, they're medically cleared. That's why, again, well, we're talking about their functionality and true willingness to engage. And so we refer back to Amanda's, she would be one of our typical clients, not you know, violent or criminal at all. When we're talking about people like her who need the service, like I mentioned, for our clients are mostly high profile people, Manitoba Hydro, firefighters, executives, business owners. You know, there's absolutely no place for them to go to. Institutions or those are the high function people who really want to get help with whatever they're struggling with. So, I really.
Olga, if I could, I know you've been doing this, but as part of a public hearing process, you have to address council. So that this could be seen as intimidating, but I know you're not doing that. I'm just saying that that's how the process works. Sorry. Keep talking.
Well, I hope I addressed most of your concern, and I guess the sad part of it, do we have the protocols and procedures to make sure that there's no drugs, no guns, of course, and there are cameras all over, and very strict, like zero tolerance to any of the violence and even disrespect. When we admit clients, before we even think of the community, we think about the safety of residents already there and the staff. This is a very challenging job, and that's why we want to make sure that those who are already there receiving the service and those who are delivering the service, their safety is maintained first, and then of course the next layer we're thinking of is the community safety as well. So like I said, there are protocols on the screening, the admitting class, and there are protocols, behavior protocols if there's any sort of intentions where we would not tolerate any of the behavior, and we've never had an incident like that in the previous facility, so I hope
Okay.
that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I'm just gonna see if council has anything further that they would like to ask. Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
And it seems like you have a lot of support of the community. I'm hearing all positive things. So I guess your biggest challenge is to meet all the requirements that you have to meet to make this work.
We are.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You said the community. Most of the people that spoke on their behalf aren't even from the community, except for one, which is the son of the people that are selling.
Okay, sir, can you identify who you are and then?
Oh, sir, Michael Moore, and I'm 5892 Henderson Highway.
Okay, thank you.
As you're saying, there's support from the community. None of these people are from the community. They are supporting.
The support that I hear in this room. Is that better?
Yeah.
And I can respond to your comments. As I said in my application, we're preparing to meet all the requirements recommended by the Red River Planning District. And that's why we went ahead and hired a code analyst, as was suggested. The discrepancy could still be looked over, and the final decision can be still made based on the final conclusions that we're going to get. This is the first step in this whole process, and we are doing our due diligence to get all the information, put all the information forward for you to make a decision on this level. And then when we go to the next level, we'll be able to see whether we will be meeting all the requirements, whether they're feasible or not, based on the clarifications that I just provided.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
Thank you for your answers. I think this comes down to code. I think there's going to be a challenge here with sprinkler or no sprinkler. So I guess I'd like your thoughts on that. If a sprinkler system is required, where are we going here?
You asking?
Yes.
I still disagree based on the report that was provided. You know, the state is, was outdated, however, there was a reference to certain sections. And remember now, it's not on my head, but there is still room for negotiations, and we have the support of the firm that we hired. So hopefully with clarifications, we'll be able to be classified as what we are rather than what we are being classified, because there's a clear discrepancy. And so far, there's been no evidence, which we requested this morning, to back up the classification that was provided by Red River Planning District. I know there has been enough time to do that, because we sent 9 in the morning, I guess early afternoon.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, so now that we've gotten technical, I will ask, what did you ask for clarification on? And when you say that you don't agree, again, I must advise, zoning is a separate issue, which is based around community and elected officials who make decisions on it. So you can have opinions and then disagreements. When it comes to the building code, there's the official, which is the building code expert for the representing the municipality or government. They make a ruling based on the code, which is very, very considerably more black and white. When it comes to part-time buildings, it's very, very clear. When it comes to part 3 buildings, you can bring in professionals who can then give you alternatives to the code. What the code does is it tells you what you must meet. From my understanding, from what I read, was that the building code expert here identified exactly what the code says. That if it's even 4 or 6 people, or 8 or up to 10 people that are sleeping in the location must require sprinkler system. He said, and he identified the specific parts of the building code. When it comes to part 9 of the code, it is very, very prescriptive. It isn't a debate. And so unless the professional, and you want to designate the building as a part 3 building, and we had this discussion earlier, it's very difficult to turn it into a part 3 building, then a professional may be able to argue against the code. But the code says if you're in a part 9 building, these are the requirements. And if you can come up with some alternatives on how to meet that, and so my question to you is, are you, like you just asked some questions today, so are you prepared to, because council has to make certain decisions. In a conditional use, there's no appeal mechanism, there's no other mechanisms after the fact. So are you prepared to maybe go back and verify that information before you want to proceed, or you want council to make their decision today?
I want to do exactly the same thing as I did to clarify that we are being classified as a personal care home. Definition of care home, which I read earlier, does not identify the nature of the services it provides, so we're not being classified, and that is confirmed by the formal code analysis that was completed. And the email with the evidence went out to the Durham Planning District this early afternoon. There's been no response because I'm assuming there's not enough time, but I'm just saying that there's a discrepancy, and I do not believe that it should be, if we get a conditional approval, a conditional use approval, we're not agreeing to a care facility classification, because that's not what it is.
I understand that completely. What I'm trying to get is a very clear for you. When zoning gets approved, it sits with the land. So council will have to make a decision on land on something that you're not in agreement with on the code side, because the code may restrict your ability to deliver that. So that's where we have the discrepancy here right now. And so if council approves zoning on the land, that sits with the land. And so that puts them at a risk, if you understand what I mean.
I do understand what you mean. However, I do disagree with the classification that's provided for the code.
And that's why I'm asking, are you prepared to wait until you get a clarity on that before council makes their final decision? Or they may have to make a decision just based on the information provided to date, whether you agree with it or not. That's why I'm offering that option.
I think I would leave it up to the council to make a decision.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess at this, oh, go ahead, sorry, Councillor Bazarowicz.
With what Deepak was saying about meeting code, zoning and that, I agree, and I'm sure council agrees with and a lot of your people here that this is a much needed facility. Have you given consideration to building something new? It may be better, it may be cheaper, and a lot easier to deal with.
We have considered that, however, that's gonna take time, and we wanted to start something sooner the better. We've been in the search of property for almost 6 months now, and this property hit all the boxes first of all we were looking for, and especially because it was already functioning business and built for the purpose, different kind of business, different model. However, we thought that this building would be suitable for the services that we'll be providing. So at this point, we are seeing if we could get approved for using this building, because in our opinion is well set up for what we need to run our business.
Go ahead, Councillor Horbis.
I think Sue were you trying to say something before, Sue, or?
It keeps determining that they're classified as, a personal care home, but if you read the description of the neighborhood rehabilitation home that she's classified under, it says means a building or a portion thereof for boarding of other residents accommodating plus penal or other mandatory supervision or treatment, if not more than 12 persons, in which supervision or treatment is not provided to any not residents in the rehabilitation home, and that complies with the provincial government licensing requirements. Neighborhood rehabilitation homes, care homes, family daycare, so it has been classified as a rehabilitation, and it doesn't talk about necessarily care home. It talks about treatment and supervision, and I believe that she's referring to, it's classified as a personal care home in the building code again.
There are two different parts.
Correct.
So when you're coming for a zoning review, that the zoning review gives the authority to work under a particular building code, and the building code analysis has been completed. Building code analysis has said that from the building official, that it is considered as personal care under the building code. That is regardless, whatever the zoning says.
Correct. However, there's a discrepancy between what your office, the conclusions of your office and the conclusions of the code analysis that you recommend that we hire, which we did. So they provided all the evidence based on our application and the letter of intent, and they classified it as group C residential occupancy. I don't remember the exact name.
I think the problem here is everybody wants to see this, okay? But the problem is that it's laid out in a certain way that it just doesn't qualify to happen. The building isn't fit, like, if you didn't have the sprinkler system in there and there was a fire or something, there's 15 people at risk. You know, those lives could be lost or something like that. So that's what makes this whole thing just somehow doesn't fit. It's not that it's not a great idea. It is a great idea, and I would like to see it go forward and happen. It's just that it just doesn't, I don't know how to put that into, it's, you know, it's just, it's not the building for it, or it's, I can see why you want it there, because if you look at the grounds, it's beautiful. Like, people go outside, you see all the trees and the walkways and that's very calming or whatever, you know, it's that way, it's a great location or whatever, but I don't know. That's
Okay,
just.
anybody else from council? Okay, thank you. I'm not sure what council wishes to do with this application. Do you want to deal with it? Do you want to help hold it over? What is the wish? Go ahead, Councillor Blanche.
Mr. Administrator offered holding it over to the applicant to make sure that what she is suggesting, that she feels it meets code, and Mr. Administrator is saying according to the building code, it doesn't. And he was offering time for her, if she wants to put her on hold and see if she wants to do more research to make sure she knows what she's, actually facts are correct. Or have us make a decision tonight. And I think you had indicated what you wanted to do.
Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
I'd like to hold it over and, as I said before, meet all the requirements. That's all I can say, meet the requirements. And you know what those requirements are, so I'd like to hold it over and maybe give you some time to rethink this.
Go ahead, Councillor Blanche.
I would agree with what Councillor Forbes said. I too believe that there is a need for this facility. So by holding it over, it gives us an opportunity, gives the applicant an opportunity to do a bit more research, not do a knee-jerk reaction. I hate to see something not come to your favor, because, so I'd like to hold it over.
Go ahead, Councilor Strang.
Well, I was gonna agree with what you previously said, that the CAO gave her an opportunity. I was ready to make a decision. But I will do whatever council will help me to agree.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, if you wanna deal with it, I'll deal with it tonight, or whatever. Wanna hold it over, I mean, we gave her the opportunity, if she doesn't want to do that.
Just to clarify,
Councilor Spicer,
I'm ready to make a decision.
Councilor Dazarowicz.
What we're trying to do is save you a lot of time and trouble and money. It just goes to zoning, you gotta pay for all that. If it doesn't meet, you lose that, there's no refund.
I'll take the offer for to take the extra time.
Take the extra time, so you'd like us now to hold it over, and it will be 1 month from now that it will come back to council, because we only do our planning files at the end of every month. So we're looking at,
Sorry, Tyler has something to say.
oh, I'm sorry,
That's
Valentina.
okay, for sure. I just wanted to make it as a regulated tabling process for us to have. We have to have a date.
Right.
Yes.
And we have to have a new information to come up to discuss it for it.
Right.
For any other details or additions or clarifications, especially with the light of that email that been sent today, and we couldn't address it. It was too short notice for us to have from our building and permit department. So yeah, so the regulation here, we need to table, open, leave the public hearing still open, and then reopen it again on a date that Madam Chair will give us. I suppose it can be the next date, and then we can continue with it without closing a public hearing.
Go ahead, Sue.
I'm sorry, I believe council can also close the public hearing as well, like now,
But
hearing.
then,
I agree, I understand, I understand.
For sure, but
Any other,
if there any other new
If there's new
information
information,
to
we'll be
discuss, then you will have no option for it.
that's
So-
correct.
so,
So, I believe what I hear is that we will hold it over to May the 26th, I think I saw. Yes, May 26th is our next planning meeting.
Is there an opportunity to join virtually? Yes.
Yes, there would be, yeah, we do have a couple of people virtually today, but they're not for this application, they're for a different one, so. Is that the wish of council, is to hold it over till the end of May and
So she would have to revamp all the conditions or meet the conditions?
you're laying it over for specific information, which is to get a better, new information to come back as to whether they can meet the code requirements for the Manitoba Building Code in order to have the level of occupancy, or if they're going to then modify their request based on what they learned. You know, that I can't speak to what happened between the discussions between two professionals or the code professionals, and it might come down to 6 people or something. The other is that there were some questions that were brought up at the meeting today that they may want to elaborate on. Things such as for security and safety, I know you spoke to some of that, whether people will be coming in for that are violent or is it voluntary or involuntary? I think you addressed, all that, but I just wanna make sure, those are the kind of things you could bring forward. Violence, drug violence, and I think some of those things were addressed. And then, I think there were specific questions that were made that you wanna bring back, which is related with, fire protection, like, you know, what are your, maybe a fire plan, might be a discussion, just to give an idea to council that you've addressed it, because some council members identified what would happen if there was a fire. And based on a volunteer fire department that we have in the municipality. And then hours of operation, I don't know if you covered that in much detail, that might be something they might ask. So those are the kind of things you can bring forward, because that would be considered as new information that could help for them to make their decision.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so I will ask for a resolution to hold this over, I believe. And I don't believe that we're going to close the public hearing, because if they have some new information in a month from now, we should bring that forward, or are we gonna close it and open
No,
it?
we're gonna keep it
Keep it
open, keep the
open.
public hearing process open.
Okay.
And so for conditional use resolution, what we'll be saying is, I guess we won't be leading the large one, so therefore be it resolved, the conditional use 6 of 2026 be adjourned. Table, thank you,
To the date.
to May 26th. May 26th? So I won't be here.
Oh, okay. Right,
So
you
May-
just told us
yes.
that earlier today.
So May 26th, 2026.
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so can I have the resolution, you'll read it again for me, please?
Resolve conditional use 6 of 2026 is tabled till May 26th, 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazar, second, please. Counselor Belanger, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, the next application we have is a variation order. And if we could move into the variation board, please.
That's variation 21.
I'm good to go.
Variation 21, correct.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 21 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Corbus, Councilor Bazar, seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, now I will hand it over to Valentina to do her presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just.
Just wait 1 minute and take a minute? Okay. How are you?
I'm good, yourself?
Good, good. We're just taking 1 minute and then we'll get going again.
Pardon?
Give me cough candies.
I've been eating cough candies and chiclets.
These kids are cool over there.
Most people don't know chiclets. Yeah, everybody in the table. Yeah, except there's nobody that was born after 1980. Oh, that's right.
Well, they're rock hard.
Yeah, the rock hard expired.
There's no
Okay,
such,
they still work.
there's no such thing as expired.
This one hasn't been.
That's before date. That's before date.
Here's some chicklets.
Centers of what's in the pharmacy.
I'm not gonna get addicted to the sugar spreads because I already have a level.
We've been here way too long.
That is funny.
Democracy in action.
Pardon me?
Democracy in action.
Yes.
Get sore sitting after a while.
Yes, he went to the bathroom. Valentina went to the bathroom, so.
You need a lunch on I should have just called a 5-minute recess. Oh, and Kayla's over there. Just in case we decide to go. Right. No. You should have just left some on the table or on the podium.
Grab some of the steak and come shoot. There's a break. The one, I don't know, left us with that machine.
No, you don't.
I forgot that was it. Till Wednesday.
Okay, we'll continue on hopefully. Who's presenting on this next one? Is Valentine presenting?
Valentina's presenting stuff.
Okay.
Here, wait here. Legal term, wait here.
I didn't hear the words.
The next application we have this evening is variation order 21 of 26 in the name of Joyce, and if we could have a resolution to move into variation.
I thought I read that resolution already. Yeah, I read the resolution already.
Okay, so there was no one seconded or voted on it. Okay, so I'm gonna hand it over to Valentina to present on variation order 21 of 2026.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sure, so yeah, that's a variance application DO 21-2026 located on 23 Donald Street. And the purpose of that application is to reduce the minimum dwelling unit area from 800 square feet to 560 square feet. As per zoning law of San Clemente in RA suburban and residential zone, each dwelling is supposed to be at least minimum 800 square feet, and they're proposing 560. Here we can see a location map of the subject land and some site plan from the applicant with a place of the future cottage and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, directly recommends the following conditions. Two standard condition that these variances is limited to what is being presented. Any other changes that are not substantial with a not substantial performance to the application will require new variance approval, and applicant will obtain all required permits from us and the municipality if required. And applicant not to pay any outstanding fines, fees, or penalties owing to RM of San Clemente. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner on this application? Is the applicant in the audience this evening?
I'd just like to read a letter that was submitted on behalf of Mark and Lauren Joyce. I guess they met their golden years and they're off on their first retirement trip to Greece. So that's where they're on their way to. It says, we would like to support the request for the variance for 23 Donald Street, Grand Marais. We regret that we're unable to attend this meeting in person as we are currently on our way to Europe and not back until mid-May. We believe that the 500 square foot structure will fit in nicely with the surrounding buildings, which are similar in size in this area. The building will be roofed, walled, and a screened veranda on the east side of the building, as well as the enclosed structure on the west portion. The lot has dense forest and deer paths that is well used on the south side of the building site. The requested variance will allow the building to use as an as an existing natural clearing, so they're gonna use a spot where there's no trees. The proposed size means it will not require removing the existing mature trees surrounding it and therefore will not disturb the deer. As the stewards of the land, we prefer to preserve the natural state as much as possible. We appreciate your attention and matter to this. Mark and Lauren Joyce.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I don't have any names on my list, but is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? I don't see any hands being raised, so I will ask if council is ready to deal with this application. Okay, so we, go ahead, Councillor Bazarowicz.
Yeah, I just like to add, we did approve the same size in the cottage area last year.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we can come on the variation board then and deal with it?
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 21 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbis, second, please. Councillor Strang, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if council is ready to deal with it, I will bring a resolution forward to move it forward.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 737000, legally described as lot 30, plan 2855 and located at 23 Donald Street, has made application for variation order number 21 of 2026 from main dwelling unit area 800 square feet minimum to main dwelling unit area 560 square feet. Purpose to reduce the main dwelling unit area in order to allow for a 560 square foot dwelling to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 21 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. The variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require a new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, applicant owner to pay any outstanding fines, fees, or penalties owed to the Arm of St. Clements. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland moves, Councillor Bazarowicz seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that one is carried. Moving on, the next variation we have is number 24 of 2026. Move into variation board again, please.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 24 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horbis, second, please. Councillor Sutherland, all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, now this one, do you have anybody on Zoom? Because I have here the applicant is supposed to be on Zoom.
Frank, are you the applicant on this one?
No.
No, I ended up showing up.
No.
Good to know, thank you. We'll just keep going then. Okay, where are we at? Valentina's gonna present.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Valentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the variance application BO 24/2026 located on 28067 Dunbury Road, 17-2 North. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory buildings from 2 to 4. As per zoning law of St. Clements in AR agriculture restricted zone, the maximum accessory buildings allowed are only 2, and they're proposing to have 4. Here we can see a subject allocation map with the subject property and some site plan from the applicant. So we can see there is a concrete slab from the old garage. That's another structure. That's just a slab that a garage being removed. Also another one temporarily seeking to be removed also is per applicant. So we're gonna remain with 1, 2, 3 existing accessory structure and 1 proposed one right here. So that's the idea of the application, to have 4 instead of 2. 2 others are not there. So conditions of approval, should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what is being presented. Any other replacement changes will require new variance approval. Applicant only obtains all required permits from us, the municipality if required. Applicant only to pay any fees, fines, or penalties to RM if required. Applicant only to use the garage for the personal storage only. Applicant only not to use the garage as a habitable space. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions for the planner? And we know the applicant is in the audience, so is there anything that you wanted to add to your application at this point? No? Okay. Okay. I have a couple of other names on my list here, one of them being Lisa Lancer. Did you have anything you wanted to
No,
add?
I signed the wrong thing, sorry.
Oh, were you
were
here
rushing
for one
in
of the
here.
other ones though? Oh, you're the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. As long as we know I can move your name here. And I have one more name, and that's Alex and Marnie Krikovich.
We're just here as observers,
Okay,
okay, and only for information.
information only. Okay, thank you very much. So with that, there is nobody wanting to speak, and Brandon, the applicant, is fine moving forward, I'm assuming. So what is the wish of council? Close the public hearing and move it forward?
Yep.
Okay,
Resolved that the public hearing for variation order 24/2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Madam Mover, please. Councillor Spicer, Councillor Horvath seconds, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And if you want to bring that resolution forward, please.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 241292 legally described as lot 17 plan 18792 and located at 28067 Road 72 North has made application for variation order number 24/2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 maximum to number of accessory buildings 4. Purpose to increase the number of accessory buildings in order to allow the garage to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore be it resolved, variation order 24/2026 be approved with the following conditions. The variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes or replacement or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application would require a new approval. 2, applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. And 3, applicant owner to pay any fees, fines, or penalties to the RM of St. Clements. 4, applicant owner to use the garage for personal storage only. 5, applicant owner to not use the garage as habitable space. And approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of data making.
Okay, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazaroj, Councillor Spicer seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, the next application we have is file number variation order 31 of 2026. And we can move into variation board again.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and that the public hearing be open for variation order 31 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Boulanger, second. Councillor Strang, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and I'll hand it over to Valentina to walk us through that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a variance application, BO 31/2026, located on 254 Denton Road. And the purpose of that application is to increase the number of accessory buildings from 2 to 4. As we mentioned before, in RR, we have different zones here. So in RR rural residential zone, there is a limit of only 2 accessory buildings allowed, and they're requested for 4. Here we can see an location map of the subject property and some site plan from the applicant indicating what are the existing, what is proposed one. As you can see, we have a gazebo, pool, storage shed that's proposed right here, and an existing metal shed too. Conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require the variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. And no accessory building shall be used as a habitable space, and applicant only to pay any outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to RM of St. Clements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner? Okay, the applicant is in the audience. Did you want to add anything to your application at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application?
Is there anybody online?
I don't know who.
I'm assuming Frank is
For the-
observing only.
Yeah, well, no, he's 2 down. He's here for 35.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like, so. Okay, if there's no one that is wanting to speak on this application, I will ask for a resolution to move out of variation board, and we'll see if we can move this one forward.
Resolved that the public hearing for variation of 31 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer, Councillor Horvath seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried. And if you want to bring the resolution forward.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 309000 legally described as lot 1, plan 21566 and located at 254 Natton Road has made application for variation order number 31 of 2026 from number of accessory buildings 2 to number of accessory buildings 4. Purpose to increase number of accessory buildings in order to allow for a 16 by 20 accessory building to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be a resolved variation order number 31 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited with what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacement, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application would require new approval. 2, applicant obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. 3, no accessory buildings shall be used as habitable space. 4, applicant owner to pay for outstanding taxes, fees, or fines to the Army St. Clements. And finally, approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Strang, Councillor Sutherland seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, the next application we have is variation order number 32 of 2026 in the name of Rice and Cyril Greenhouses. If you want to read the resolution to move the variation forward.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order number 32 of 2026.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Horvath, second Councillor Strang, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. So I will hand it over to the planner to walk us through this one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a second. I realized that nobody can see my face in the Zoom, so I've turned on the camera. Okay, variance application, view 32, 2026, located on 345 Old Henderson Highway, and the purpose of that application is to eliminate the parking space requirements for construction of a new building at Greenhouse. And as per zoning bylaw of St. Clements in the AR agriculture restricted zone, for each 250 square feet of the floor area, 1 parking is required, but not less than 4 per 1 establishment. And the applicant asking for 0 parking spaces in that application. So here we can see an air location map of the subject property. And a bit closer site plan from the applicant. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the review recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Applicant need to pay any outstanding fees, fines, or taxes to Realm of St. Clements. And applicant need to obtain a business license from Realm of St. Clements in accordance to the bylaw 17-96 to be renewed on an annual basis. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner from council? Okay, I know the applicant is in.
There's a question.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Dave.
well, I think I know the answer, but the parking lot, the new building is being constructed. It'll have no effect on the parking lot as far as more cars coming in. Cause it's when people come to purchase the plots, site or building, from my understanding.
Yes, that is correct, yeah, the retail business is, further to the north direction from this location.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, Thomas, if you wanna come up and, do your presentation, you can come up to the podium and
Yeah,
identify yourself, please.
I would do that. Thomas Rice, I'm the operations manager at Store Greenhouses. I'm the head of the build. We are looking at adding structures. I have a letter here from earlier predecessors regarding the land and the zoning for the land. I think we'll pass it around. I don't know if I've got enough copies, but I'm just gonna pass some of these around. I don't know if this has any weighing on this, but just to show where we're coming from on some of this stuff with our zoning. I think you have one of these.
I have one
Yeah,
of those,
okay.
yes.
Okay, so pass them around. Okay, there we go. So. So what's changed, I guess, in our industry and in our zoning, we were forever A3 zoning. And we were to build greenhouse to add structures for our business for growth. We essentially needed a building permit, a fire inspection, and following their current code for whatever structures we were putting up. And that was how it was set to be. We've been rezoned to zone 9, which has completely changed everything in our world, which we weren't aware of until we went down the road of applying for a building permit. So now that we're in this situation, there's been a lot of challenges, and a lot of them are not to do with what you guys do, but just the way the building code has been changed. And one of the things they've put into it is that we need, for the size of the building, we need so many parking spots per acre, or so per square foot. And they're saying with that math, it's 364 parking spots, which is, it's parking we don't need. So the proposed structures will be used exclusively for cultivation and production of horticulture products. These operations do not involve retail activity, customer traffic, or public access. As such, the expansion will not generate any increase in parking demand beyond what is currently accommodated for how our business is running. For us to put more parking in essentially takes the land away for structured future expansion, which I have no need to pay for parking spots, right? So there's that. So yeah, our existing parking more than sufficient to meet our needs and for our staff and operational activities, both now and for the foreseeable future. The addition of further greenhouse space will not alter the staffing levels in a way that would necessitate additional parking capacity. So yeah, we're requesting that to be reviewed and that requirement to be expunged from our construction, so.
Okay, questions to the presenter from council? I believe that, go ahead, Councillor Spicer and then Councillor Mazarowicz, and I believe Sue also had something she wanted to add.
Just a confirmation question, so the square that says structure on it, that's your new?
Yeah, it would be a new greenhouse structure. Yeah, because essentially what you see there, those are built, like what we have there, they were built in stages and they're all gotta connect. So as you make enough revenue and get market share, you can just essentially just add on to them.
Okay.
The reason why the structure's not attached to that one is drainage. So the gutters can only carry so much water, so we have to separate just to deal with the water. That's kind of why that is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Glenn.
This handout you gave us, your office no longer considers any additional greenhouses to be accessory buildings. You think you don't require any additional conditional use or whatever? You're building on a different parcel of land, right?
No, it's all our same land.
Oh, that's all one?
That's all Cyril land, that's.
I knew it was all Cyril, I just didn't know if they were.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 100%, it's all our land, so.
Okay. But, anyone, like, do you have to take out building permits for these?
We used to, I guess before they would say, we would like you to take a building permit out, and, we were able to just build. That has completely changed, and I mean, that's a whole other story we won't get into.
I'm building a greenhouse in my backyard, I gotta go through all kinds of.
Right, I know, my scales, it's hurting a bit, but we're making headway, but it's been some challenge, it's been challenging, so. But essentially I'm down to, piles. Once I get the piles signed off on my engineer, I'm hoping we can move forward with the permit, so. But, the parking is something that will, as you can see the land that how we expand, if I have to put parking in, I lose my ability to expand. Right, and then my competition will have an upper hand on me where they can, unless I can find more land, but we have land and there's, just be literally blocked by parking lots, so.
But Tom, this photo that's up on the screen, the stripes are the existing greenhouses, and you want to, and I know we're not talking about the greenhouses tonight, but those are gonna be to the south of what is existing.
Correct.
Okay, just so that everybody knows that that's where they're going, so. Okay.
Point of clarification, as part of the public hearing, you said that the requirement was a building code requirement for the parking, but I think it's a zoning requirement. I just want to make sure it's clear for council.
Yeah.
Because council can't overrule a building code.
Correct, it just came up as
Part of the
in this
building permit.
zone, correct, yeah.
Okay, any other questions for the presenter? No? Okay, nothing right now, and I'll see if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on this, unless you have more that you wanted to share with
No,
us.
thank you for hearing me.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? I'm not seeing any hands go up, so if council is ready to deal with it, I'll ask for a resolution to come out of variation board, please.
We're on 32.
32, yep.
Resolved, the public hearing for variation of 32 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Horvis, Councilor Spicer seconds, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And if we want to move this forward, if you could read the resolution for the variation, please.
Whereas the applicant or tax roll number 442590, legally described as parcel A, plan 12391, and located at 345 Old Henderson Highway, has made application for variation order number 32 of 2026 from parking requirement 1 for each 250 square feet of floor area, but not less than 4 spaces per establishment. 2, parking requirement of elimination of parking space requirement for the construction of a new building. Purpose to eliminate the number of parking stalls in order to allow for the building to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 32 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to what has been presented to this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions that are not in substantial conformance with the application will require new approval. 2, applicant order obtains all required permits from the Red River Planning District and the municipality if required. And 3, the applicant order pay any outstanding fines, fees, or taxes to the Arm of St. Clements. 4, applicant order to obtain a business license for the Arm of St. Clements in accordance with bylaw 17 of 1996 to be renewed on an annual basis. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Belanger, Councilor Sutherland seconds. Any further discussion on this application? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. So that part is done. Okay, we have another variation, I believe, and this is variation 35 of 2026.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for variation order 35 of 2026.
Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Horvis, second. Councilor Strang, all in favor, opposed? That is carried, and I'll hand it over to our planner to walk us through this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a variance application, view 35, 2026, located at 593 Village Grove Street. And the purpose of that application is to increase the building height, combine accessory unit area, and reduce the building separation distance to allow for a detached garage to be constructed on the subject property. As per zoning bylaw of San Clemente, the building heights requirements are 18 feet maximum, and they asking for 25.17. Building separation distance is supposed to be 10 feet minimum, they asking for 8.5. And combined unit area for any accessory structures is 800 square feet, and they're asking for 2120 square feet maximum. Here we can see a subject property and the application map and some site plan from the applicant indicating the proposed garage north to the dwelling. And some elevation drawings also from him showing the heights of the future garage. And that's a footage also. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, the RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require new variance approval. Applicant owner obtains all required permits from regular planning and municipality if required. Applicant owner pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the Island of San Clemente. Applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as a habitable space, and it is to be used for the personal storage only, and applicant owner to apply for a permit to build a principal dwelling within the next 8 months. There's no dwelling on it.
Wrong application.
Yeah, it's a condition from the wrong application, sorry for that. We do have a dwelling on it there.
Okay, so there is a dwelling on the property?
There is a dwelling.
Okay.
It's on the survey, there is a plan of survey in your packet.
Yeah, the one story.
Okay.
So I think one of the other conditions is a land survey on all accessory structures, have been corrected and placed correctly on the property.
Okay, any questions to the planner?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
Were we on a different, were you showing a different plan just a while ago? It looked like an upstairs with a shop, window in that.
That's coming up in the next application, I think. That's
Yes,
part
that
of,
one right there.
Yeah.
Is that the next one?
yeah,
Oh.
36.
Okay, you were showing them the wrong one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You're
that's.
looking at it.
Okay.
The ones who prepared
by the lake.
the slides.
Okay, I just wanted to,
You're right.
things
Oh my
were
gosh.
matching up to what was
Yeah.
coming out in
Yeah.
your
And what I'm
time.
seeing,
Yeah.
what you're seeing.
So do you have to go back to the other application then, Valentina?
Just let me recheck.
Sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be for the next one. Let's take the site plan only. As for here. Okay, that's the one that's relevant.
Okay,
The
so,
heights are not.
okay, this is the proper site plan then for this application
Yes.
for
Here.
Trudel and Crest?
Madam Mayor, I'll bring up the
That is
record of
correct.
planning, the report itself, it has all the
Yeah.
details.
Yeah,
So I'll just bring that up if you just hang on 1 second. And,
There's no loft on
No,
No,
what's in our.
no,
No, but what was shown there.
yeah, so just
yeah, that
for,
was different.
just for clarity for council. So the property, there's the garage, the doors, and, so you got the 2 doors, and this is the elevation with no windows.
is that one you?
that's me.
Okay, so now there's something really wrong.
Oh.
So Mr. Burrell is just making comments there. He's supposedly number 36 on the schedule tonight.
Yeah,
But this
so-
picture is his
When I
drawing.
open
Am I
up
correct?
36, accidentally, sorry.
That picture is mine, yeah, the
Oh,
shop,
yeah.
I'm looking for a variance.
Yeah, the floor plan's been an issue here right now for today. Okay. We will settle that.
This is the one,
That's what I
No.
have.
Good to go?
35?
That's one,
Again?
application 36, that one is. You just get, that's the right site plan though, the survey plan,
The site plan is with the wrong file, I've just opened
with the
35.
wrong building.
So this is report,
Yeah, those,
render the planning report for 593 Birch Grove.
The survey done by Stoffel Surveys is the one we need to look at, and it's for 93 Birch, yes, 93 Birch.
Yeah, and the report
But it does have a
For
building
that.
height of 25 feet. So maybe it is the loft.
No. I shouldn't say that, sorry. I don't have any of the drawing plans.
Is the garage for the second level? No,
There- Yeah, this application on 593 Birch is varying the building height as well, you are correct. So it may be the one that she had with the loft
Might
in
be
it,
the loft garage.
second level, right? There's a,
yes. Because he's asking for 25.17 building height on an accessory.
With a second floor for storage, yeah.
That's the correct one. We're good. We're good. Yes, that's the correct one. And by the way, the records was done by the RM of San Clements. That was not our record here, but the drawings are good. And yeah. Lot.
Okay, so your presentation is the correct
Yeah.
image.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the report has to be edited and
Yeah.
corrected.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, this makes sense.
So it is with the pictures, with
And
the
it
loft
has
with,
the
with
various
windows, yes.
conditions also
And a
for not to have it as a habitable space because of that loft that goes
Not
on.
to have it as a habitable space.
Yeah,
it's mixed up with something else.
Okay, so we're looking at variation 35,
3526.
right, on Birch Grove Street.
Yep.
This
Start
is
building.
Okay, Valentina, just bring your slide up.
It's
Yeah.
not Star Building.
just a second, let me just recheck
It's this here.
the record
That's
for condition number 8. Because we've got two versions of that report.
I've got the report here.
So you do have it at condition number 8 in it?
Number 8, I have 6 conditions in it.
Yeah, that was 6.
6, sorry, number 6.
Applicant owner to provide a report from the land surveyor that all accessory buildings have been corrected and placed correctly on the property roll number 701400. So what we're asking there is that the buildings that aren't on his property get straightened out as well, so that they are on his property, and this needs to be confirmed afterwards.
Yeah, cause there's a gazebo and a deck and a landing.
Yeah, that's right off the property, and a plastic canvas shelter.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Is the applicant in the audience this evening on this one? This is the Trudell Crest Carpentry, Inc. Okay. Is there anybody? Is there anybody?
Frank?
No, he
Yes.
wants to speak, but he's not.
Yes, may I speak?
In one moment you can, Frank. Is there anybody else in the
Okay,
audience?
yes.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application, variation order 35 of 2026? Okay, Frank, you can go ahead now, please.
Okay, thank you. The drawings that you were showing are not the drawings that I downloaded from your website. So there's a variation order file on your website that shows the variation, the surveyors, so the surveyor's certificate that you had is correct. But from your website, the drawings were completely different. So, I don't know if you're aware of that, or I know you guys had some discussions about the drawings, but anyway. I'm here to talk about just a couple of concerns. I don't have a concern about, neighbor building a garage, that's fine. My first concern is about overland water. Now, Birch Grove is a hard packed gravel road. There's a dip in it, and anytime we have big rainfall, what happens is all the water flows down Mr. Trudell's driveway. It's kind of like a little river that flows down the driveway. Now, my concern is when he builds the garage there, how is that going to impact that water flow? And is it going to be going onto my property? So that's a concern. The second concern is when I looked at the, so in his letter of, intent, he says he wants to have a 30 by 30-foot garage. But the, drawings that you have on your website have a 60 by 40-foot garage. So I'm just curious, what is it? Is it a 60 by 40-foot garage? Or is it a 30 by 30-foot garage? But my main concern is with the water flow, because that does make a huge impact, and if there's a garage there now above grade, how is that water going to be redirected? And has there been any thought to that? Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'm going to hand it over to the planner to perhaps answer that question.
So it's 30 by 30. I don't know what exactly Frank referring to in the report. That's the drawings that will come with the report. And it's 30 by 30. About the water, unfortunately, it's not something that I can answer for.
Okay, but the building that we're looking at is a 30 by 30, and
Yeah.
Okay.
The one that we saw today on the slides.
Right.
But those on your website, it's 60 by 40 with two garage doors.
Yeah.
And the letter of intent makes it known that he's building for his vehicles and for a sailboat. So it seems that the drawings that you have up on your website could be the correct drawings, but if they are, then that structure is much too big to fit in that size of property.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Sue.
Yes, so I do have attached to this report, which was a great report with these particular drawings that he's looking at. If you look at the very bottom of it, it's got the gentleman's name on it that the application for, it says J. Gurrell. So that is for the next application coming up. So these drawings were attached incorrectly on our site and part of this package. So the drawings that are attached that this gentleman's speaking about are not the correct drawings. They belong to variation order number 36.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
And I think the drawings of the.
Oh, sorry, I see that now, yes.
I think the drawings of the loft are the correct ones, because in his letter of intent, it says the second story will be used for storage of personal items. Which it also mentions a bathroom.
Right. That's the part that I was talking about.
Yeah.
I knew I read somewhere about it.
Okay, so what is the wish of council? Do you want to, as the applicant is not here this evening, do you want to hold it over for some clarification, or what is the wish of council?
Hold it over.
I think we should to get all the information together.
Okay.
So keep the public.
Keep the public hearing open, yeah.
You can, but again, those drawings that we see right now on the slides, those are the correct ones. So
Right
if
here.
you can base your decision on those slides, then you can proceed. If that's the only case, why we tabling that?
I just have one more question there. It does seem to be a question on the land survey as well. On one side, it's showing a 12-foot building separation, and on the and then it shows that a building that's overlaid and it's being removed, and the stairway of the house being removed. But then it's got a measurement of 8.5 feet. So I'm not. I put the separation distance at 8.5 feet, but that would say those buildings are on a diagonal. So I did want to confirm that measurement as well with the applicant, because it looks like 12 feet is in between the building separation. But if you look really closely where the arrows are, it shows 8.5. But he says he's gonna remove the stairs and he's gonna remove that structure that's overlaying. So the separation distance, I believe he might have enough there of 12 feet. We can't quite see the number underneath it.
Whether he's removing the gazebo or not is.
Well, it's saying that they're removing the gazebo and the stairs. And under there, if you had a magnifying glass like I did, it says 8.5 feet.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, okay, and then the other
8.35.
side though, shows 12 feet.
Yeah.
That would show the buildings on an angle, which these buildings look straight,
No,
so,
he's saying 8.35 between the gazebo and the building. That's what the arrow's pointing to.
right, so he didn't need a variance on that. Cause it's gonna be 12 feet. So that would be another clarifying factor I'd like to clarify.
Okay, so go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
Don't like a washroom in a garage. It turns it into a cottage.
And then it's
And
an
also,
enforcement issue after that.
where is the sewage going?
You end up with a guest.
There's issues with that, in my opinion.
Okay, so I think we were going to hold this one over in any event, so let us proceed. Yeah, table this one, if you have a resolution to table it, we will move on.
So the 26th again?
So first I'll have, okay, so resolved, since we're not closing the public hearing on variation order 35. So resolved, variation order 35, 2026, be tabled to the May 26th, 2026 meeting.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bezrowitz, Counselor Corbett seconds, any discussion? Call the question, all in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, so we will move on to variation order number 36 of 2026 in the name of Gorell and Valentina, if you could go ahead, please.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, we have to open it.
Oh, sorry,
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be opened for variation order number 36 of 2025.
can I have a mover, please? Counselor Strang, Counselor Sutherland, seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried. Now I'll hand it over to Valentina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this is a variance application, BO 36/2026, located on 400 Wheelie Drive. And the purpose of that application is to increase the size and the height of the accessory structure and to place an accessory structure before the principal dwelling. As per zoning law of St. Clements, in AR agriculture restricted zone, no construction of accessory structure can be allowed before the principal dwelling, and they asking for it to have the before. Accessory unit area is supposed to be 1,280 square feet, and they asking for 2,400 square feet, and accessory mean height is supposed to be 18 feet maximum, and they asking for 21. So here we can see the subject property. And now we have a normal good garage, yeah? Yeah, I think that was a misunderstanding between those two applications. So that's the floor plan of the future garage. And some elevations for you to see with the heights and conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RFD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what has been presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us and municipality if required. Applicant to pay any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees to the RM of St. Clements, and applicant will not be able to use the accessory structure as a habitable space. And it is to be used for the personal storage only, and applicant only to apply for the permit to build a principal dwelling within the next 8 months. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner? Go ahead, Counselor Spicer.
So if the applicant doesn't apply for the building permit, what happens? For the principal dwelling?
If the applicant doesn't apply for the building permit, what happens? So the question is to the planner or to the CR?
I'll open the floor.
I would say that if the applicant doesn't apply for the building permit, they would be, they would be required to not occupy the garage. I'm assuming they're going to occupy the garage during the time until they build the building. So they would be asked, if they're not, then the garage would exist, then you'd have an accessory structure without principal building. And you'd order them. Now, what's the best you could do? Order them to remove it?
So it was I that put that condition in the resolution. The reason being is I've been working with Jamie for a number of months, Mr. Burrell. I know his house is right behind this and he really wants to get into these places. So I thought it would help council make their decision a little better. So maybe if we hear what he has to say, that might clarify the answer.
Sure. What Councillor Spicer's asking is a technical question. What happens if somebody doesn't? That's always the challenge.
You make a job for bylaw. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
What else? Job for that. Okay. If we're done with that part of it, I'm gonna ask the applicant to come forward, as I know he is in the audience, so maybe he can clarify some of this for us.
Hi, Jamie Gurrell, Unit 609, 230 Greenway Crescent West, Winnipeg, Manitoba. They're actually gonna be built at the same time, but when I was going through some questions, working closely with Sue, she's been really good with me getting back to me. She noticed that the secondary, what do we call it, accessory building, is that correct? Is gonna be over the 1250. She said, so you might as well apply for this variance now, so that when you start building in May, June, July, August, you can hit the ground running. So here we are. Any other questions?
So your intention is to build both at the same time? It's just that you wanted to get going on the variance sooner than later?
Yeah, and if you wanna get really technical, I've asked Star, they're gonna be, the concrete and foundation is all going in at the same time, but I asked them if they could, if it's not too much trouble, to finish the shop first. I don't know whether they'll come through with that or not, cause I assume it's all built in sections, right?
But if they're doing concrete for both at the same time, you're gonna have your permit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're good.
Permit started, we're good. No condition been violated, so.
Permit has started already?
When the two, I can remember you coming and applying for both permits, so we do have,
Rock and
ongoing
roll.
obligation.
Have a good night.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
We're good.
Thank you for your time.
It's just the timing that he wants to win one or another, where that would be a dwelling or the garage for them not to have any issues on an ongoing process. That's it.
Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
And I'm just gonna say, because we have had residents that build the accessory building.
Yeah.
And then find that they can't afford, just the way things are nowadays, they can't afford the home, so.
Yeah.
It's not knowing that you have put in.
No,
all
we
that-
just, Sue said you might run into this hiccup, so you might as well get ahead of it, so that we can just slam the concrete in, everything, right?
Good
It's a
information.
past experience question.
Oh, okay, I don't even wanna know that. It's gonna give me nightmares.
Okay, so everyone is good? Wanna move this one forward? Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application? Okay, so let us move this one forward then.
Resolve the public hearing for variation order 36 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Madam Mover, please. Councillor Corbis, second, please. Councillor Strang, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I think it has a resolution for this.
Whereas applicant owner of tax roll number 312748 legally described as Lot 1, Block 3, Plan 54308 and located at 400 Wesley Drive has made application for variation order number 36 of 2026 from no construction of an accessory structure before a principal building to construction of an accessory structure before the principal building. From accessory structure unit area 1280 square feet to accessory structure unit area 2400 square feet. From accessory structure mean height of 20 feet, accessory structure mean height of 21 feet. Purpose to increase the size and height of the accessory structure and to place an accessory structure before a principal dwelling in order to allow for 2,400 square foot accessory structure to be constructed on the subject property. Therefore, be it resolved, the variation order 36 to 2026 be approved with the following conditions. One, the variance is limited. What has been presented in this application, any further changes, replacement or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application would require new approval. Two, applicant owner obtains all required permits from the Red Planning District and the municipality if required. Three, applicant owner paid for any outstanding taxes, fines, or fees from the Arm of St. Clements. Four, applicant owner will not be able to use the accessory structure as habitable space, and it is to be used for personal storage only. Five, applicant owner to apply for a permit to build a principal dwelling within the next 8 months. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months of the date of making.
Thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer, second, please. Counselor Horbis, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. Okay, the next application we have is a little bit different. It is a combined hearing for a subdivision and a variation. And I believe we will do the subdivision first. So do we have a subdivision for
No, because it's just a 2 lot split.
Right, okay.
Oh, wait, is it more than 2 lots?
No, it's one.
Just one.
I'll explain it all.
So it doesn't have to be a public hearing?
Technically, because we in AR zone, it is required.
As a public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go into the public hearing. Enter into a public hearing variation. Resolve that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for subdivision S25-3096 and variation order 7 of 2026. So we're going into both of them at the same time.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Bazarowicz, second. Counselor Sutherland, any further discussion? So we are going to hear the subdivision first, and Valentina, if you want to walk us through the subdivision, please.
For sure, Madam Chair. Yes, so this is a subdivision application S25 3096 and located on 5737 Henderson Highway in St. Clements. And the purpose of that application is to subdivide the subject land into one additional lot of 2.17 acres, and it's presented in a survey map as parcel B. So here we can see a location map of the subject property and applicant subdivision application map. So I'll out here a little bit, go and draw a little bit for you with the colors to show that the yellow one, that's the parcel B that would be separated from all the rest of the land. And the purple will be as one property under one title, all the rest of the parcels. It is possible to do so because the applicant wants to keep his Henderson Highway access to the road. And the green pieces that I have beautifully colored here would be road allowance to the future for any road to have for the municipality. So here we can see the summary of the proposed lots. So proposed parcel B, as per zoning law of St. Clements, is supposed to be 1.88 acres big and 188 feet wide. They're proposing 2.17, but in width 19.25. So it's yes for the side area, but no for the width. And the residual parcel that will be as a combined property with A, D, and F parcel in it under one title. They're proposing 4 acre, that placed in different zones. So in A, agricultural restricted zone, and in that zone, the requirements are 4 acres for each lot and 188 feet width. So they're proposing 13.77 in the combined area, and again, the width that under the required 99.5. So it is yes, in a compliance for the side yard, but no for the width. And parcel C and E would be the road allowances, and as per section 3.27.2, they're allowed to be at any shape or size or width because it's gonna service the future road. And usually it's 66 feet wide for the road to be.
It's 100 now.
Again?
I think it's 100 feet wide now.
Or 100 or 60, it depends for each piece, but in that constructional continuation of the road that been historically there, this is their
30.175
sizes.
meters.
Yeah. So our analysis on that subdivision, the subject proposal creates 6 parcels. And B under new title, ADF would be under other, and the rest would be the road allowances. MTI objected to that subdivision, but after correspondence with them, they suggested to the applicant to have 2 options and solutions for them to remove their objection, and the applicant chose for solution number 2, as it will be reflected in a condition for that subdivision, and subject proposal resides with the general development designation policy and agriculture a restricted designation policy 2, as in field area of our RPD development plan. So recommendation and conditions for the approval. The RPD recommends the application be approved subject to conditions. The RPD recommends the following conditions: that the taxes on the land to be subdivided would be paid, required applicable fees would be paid, provide a digital copy of the plan to RM2, applicant owner to prepare a drainage plan, also applicant owner to provide a letter of credit to municipality if required. Manitoba Land Surveyor to amend the plan of the subdivision survey to include 1 foot wide of strips on the proposed parcels A, B, D, and F, whereas the proposed parcels borders parcels C and E. And applicant to pay applicable utility buy-in for dwelling on proposed parcel A. Dwelling to connect to the municipal pressure sewer 2, applicant owner into DA with RM to address items included but not limited to, if required, to the drainage plan, applicable fees, capital development fee, administration fees, sewer utility buy-in fee, letter of credit, cash in the lieu fee, future development fee, and future road dedication, as well as future development and or restrictions limitations. Applicant owner to dedicate 10% of the land for the public reserve and cash in lieu for the RM, and ensure that proposed parcel C and E is shown on subdivision application map is registered under their own separate titles in the name of San Clements. Applicant obtains all required variances, and they have to provide a map that actually the variances been done. Yeah, there are some issues constructed with a new property line that goes around some accessory structures. They will have to remove them or move them. So besides of the lot size variance that we will hear, they will have to agree to that too. So where are we? Okay, so condition number 12, applicant will submit written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro about the easement that they're requiring. Applicant will submit written confirmation from Rogers about their easements. And applicant will submit written confirmation from Valentis about the easements with them too, blanket easements. And the owner obtains a permit from Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure for the removal and relocation of the existing access northward to the proposed property boundary. As being mentioned before, that's why they lifted their objection with that condition that applicant chose to use, and they will have to meet that application, that condition for in that application. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the planner? Go ahead, Councillor Strang.
One of the comments made was was it B, that had to be hooked up to our sewer? Would the frontage that's there made into A, would that not have to be hooked up into our sewer also, to a low pressure? I think it just says for the one hooked up. Just to clarify.
But the other lot doesn't have a dwelling yet, does it?
I believe the dwelling that's already there being constructed is already utility buy-in.
Okay,
So that would remain
So that's
just like
why-
other ones,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kayla. Okay, any other questions? Is the applicant in the audience this evening?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much for your patience.
No worries, thank you.
I do have some clarifications.
Okay, do you wanna do your clarification?
Yeah, because it's with the planner, the 1 foot strips, those are, control strips, development control strips on those parcels that you asked for?
Yes, that was a condition that we've got from the RAM for them to have. And we will address it because the lot sizes would be slightly changed because of that condition. We will address it in the variance that will not affect the variance with it.
So I just need to understand how we have a parcel that's split in this direction as AR. So what's the existing zoning? Does it run halfway through the entire parcel? Like how does one of those parcels stay AR?
It covers it all. The proposed parcel B and A, both are covered in, if I'm not mistaken, RR zone. Let me check that.
Yeah, one is AR and one is RR. That's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. How we have
So
a
parcel
sort of a
B-
partial split. Pardon?
The property on that side of the tracks is, there's a big section that is partial split.
Yeah,
Okay, if you.
do you want me to show it on the
It's
zoning map?
okay, I'll bring it up
Okay.
and we'll take a look at it. What's the address again?
5737.
5737 Henderson.
Like from Woodbrook Road going north is split.
Yeah, along Henderson, it's further than.
Yeah, from the tracks west.
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. See, what's happened here is, if you look at this, you're splitting the parcel this way,
Mm-hmm.
and this entire section of the parcel is RR.
I know.
And now you're turning that into AR, so you're not rezoning that? Because now you're taking AR all the way up to Henderson Highway. So that's why I was asking that.
Yeah,
Or,
we have a dual situation zone here, and as long as it's one property, it's still connected to the road from my perspective, so it's, as long as, I mean, the combined remaining.
yeah, my point is that if it's RR,
Mhm.
it has an ability to develop. AR will have some restrictions on land that was already at a higher level of zoning, right? There was more development rights under RR that are being taken away. Like, I fully understand the need to keep the rest of that as AR, but since it was split zoning, shouldn't
Yeah.
that front part be partial RR and AR, and should it stay that way? Like, if you go back to yours,
It will for sure,
but that's not what.
yeah, I mean, again,
If
when
you go to
it's,
that, I loved your drawing with the colors,
yeah.
thank you for staying within the
Yeah,
lines.
you're right, you know, it's, we can just add it here as 1.38 acres too. And that's it, that would cover it, but again, it's,
Okay, and so, but it'll be 1.38 and whatever amount it is.
Yeah, but we're
it'll
good,
stay,
as
but the
long-
front parts will both stay as
as they
RR.
are,
RR,
as they are, yeah.
okay, not A.
Yeah, as they are.
As they are, ARA, as they are. It's not my first language,
Mine neither, we're good.
that's why we get along.
It's getting late.
Go ahead, Councilor Baxter-Rowett.
For sure.
Okay, Mr. Administrator, on that, I wanna confuse you a little more. This is to be hooked up to our sewer system, right?
Correct.
Okay, should that not be service residential?
Very good question, Councilor.
Oh,
That's what the
wow.
zoning bylaw review that's occurring right now should try to answer.
Yeah. Do we got a timeline on that by any chance?
I think
There's a
we're a
meeting
couple
coming up
of
in
months
May.
away.
Okay, cool, yes, but, you know,
I know exactly your feeling, Counselor, and I don't ever
Like that
disagree.
would clear up a lot of this right now, or some would anyway.
It could.
Yeah, in that case, that would be helpful for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Next application as well, I believe.
Okay, the applicant is in the audience. Do you have anything that you wanna add?
Sure, yeah, come up there.
Sure, if you don't mind.
I'm Corey Mawson, I'm from 5737 Henderson Highway. I just feel this fits future developments and current development in the area. And it aligns with those future roadways you guys wanna put in there, right? So I'm trying to kinda get in there and start it maybe for everybody and, yeah, that's kind of all I really want to add, I guess.
Okay.
So just so you understand clearly what was just made as a decision here, is that the front part of that purple one,
Yeah,
which will have all the lands and with the roads cutting through it or potential roads.
Yeah.
Will be front part will be yellow, which will be RR, and the back part will be AR.
and then RR would be the yellow as well.
And the new one
Yeah.
will stay RR.
And that's the current zoning that it's already in there.
Yeah, it's, nothing changes from the
Nothing
zoning
changes on the
perspective.
zone.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. I guess that's kind
Unless you
of.
change it in the zoning bylaw.
Unless you.
You get your go ahead. I do have a question, might not apply right now, but, it's the first time I kind of saw the conditional recommendation approval. Not sure if I can speak on that now or if I should wait, but.
No, go ahead.
Which one, the variance?
All the conditions there,
Oh, all the conditions, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yes, you can speak to the conditions.
okay, awesome. So is that 10%, not to grab too far, but the 10% dedication fee? I was kind of understanding that if I kind of donated those 2 strips of land, there wouldn't be a dedication fee. That's kind of, was my understanding, but, if there is, but, yeah. Cause I'm donating, so to speak, those 2 parcels, right? So.
There is.
At this point, land dedication as written in the provincial rules are that land dedication is for parkland or for recreation purposes. So if there was a trail, that could be considered as part of that. If there was a park being put in, that could be considered. If there was land being asked for as part of riparian in order to protect the river or something, that would be considered as part of that 10% dedication. Otherwise, it's cash in lieu of up to 10%. But that said, right now, the policy is yes, 10%, but council, as of today, has given me authorization to go back and take a look at that to be in a more equitable fashion. So that means that if we come back with a different type of a solution, then the land dedication that you may have contributed could be refunded.
Yeah, and then applicants will have 2 years to meet those conditions and it might be at some point added on your consideration, removed or added something else. It's a work to do ahead.
Yeah, so it's been brought to council's attention, they'd like to be fair and equitable, but they wanna do a proper analysis. And that's what my task is, to take a look at what's happening in the surrounding municipalities, as well as what is the legislation generally speaking about, so they can be fair and equitable.
Okay, yeah, I don't think there's anything else right at this moment, but I'm gonna ask if there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this application. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands being raised, or anybody coming forward, so this was the subdivision. So do you wanna pass the resolution for the subdivision, or are we gonna have a public hearing for
Well,
the?
both public hearings are open at the same time, so we can
Right.
vote variance.
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead then, Valentina.
Okay, so we'll continue to the variance that connects to
Please.
the same. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so variance application view, let me share my screen. Okay. So it's the same location 5737 Henderson Highway, and the purpose of the variance is to reduce the minimum site width of the proposed and residual lots as a part of the conditions of the subdivision application S 253096 in RR rural residential and agriculture restricted zones. As per zoning below, the site width and the area is supposed to be 1.38 and 4 acres minimum, and inside area, and 188 feet with respectively to the zones that have been mentioned above. And to propose, the proposed parcel would be 2.17 acres and 99 feet wide, and the residual parcel, that would be residual parcel, yeah. That would be 14.65 as a combined area and 99.5 in the width. So here we can see the same area location map for the subject property, and here we can see the widths that we actually vary in here. These are the widths here. It's 30.32 meters and in feet at 99.5. And conditions of approval. Should council wish to approve this application, RPD recommends the following conditions. This variance is limited to what is being presented. Any other changes will require a new variance approval. Applicant obtains all required permits from us municipality, and no variance will be required to meet condition number 6 on the related subdivision application S 253096. It's about that one strip that we've been talking before. So that slightly will change the lot sizes because of that strip, so they will not be required to go any new variances for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the planner? Do you have anything that you want to add to the application for the subdivision part of it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And I don't believe there's anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this one, so having said that, I will ask for a resolution to come out of the variation and subdivision boards.
Resolved that the public hearing for subdivision S 25-3096 of variation order 7 of 2026 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Strang, seconds, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay, if we could bring the resolutions forward, please, for those two.
First, the resolution for subdivision application.
Yep.
Regarding subdivision application S 25-3096, proposal of Mauston to subdivide River Lot 2021 Parish of St. Andrews. Resolved that the council approve the application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from the municipality stating that A, taxes on the lands to be subdivided in the current year are, and any arrears, as well as any outstanding fees or fines have been paid. B, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital copy of the plan of subdivision of the Army St. Clements. D, applicant order to provide drainage and plan accompaniments in the area of proposed parcels A and B to be submitted to the Army St. Clements for review and acceptance as per the current servicing standards of the municipality. E, applicant order to provide letter of credit to the municipality if required prior to the drainage construction amount to be determined. F, Manitoba Land Survey to amend the plan of subdivision and include 1 foot wide strips of proposed parcels A, B, D, and F, where the proposed parcels border on parcels C and E. G, applicant order to pay applicable utility buy-in for dwellings on proposed parcel A, dwelling to connect to the municipal low pressure sewer. H, applicant order enter into a development agreement with the Army St. Clements to address the items including but not limited to, if required, subsection I, drainage plan, subsection 2, applicable fees, which include capital development fees, administration fees, sewer, utility buy-in fee, letter of credit for the drainage construction cash in lieu fee, future development fee, and 3, future road construction application. 4, future development and or restrictions, limitations, and then J, applicant order to dedicate 10% of land and subject for public reserve or cash in lieu as determined by council cash in lieu debt calculation based on $219,400 for the assessed value times 10%, which is equals to $21,940. Ensure proposed parcel C and E as shown on the subdivision application map is registered under their own separate titles in the name of the RSA comments. 2, applicant owner obtains all required variances. Please note, applicant to verify site area dimensions or have this information submitted by the applicant's Manitoba Land Surveyor. 3, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas that an easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro and Central Gas with respect to existing and future facilities associated with this subdivision and plan of easement as required of the Real Property Act has been provided. 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Rogers that the easement agreement, blanket easements have been entered into with Rogers with respect to existing and future facilities associated with the subdivision and plan of easement as required in the Real Property Act has been provided. The registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. 5, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Bell MTS that the easement agreements, blanket easements, has been entered into with Bell MTS with respect to existing and or future facilities associated with the subdivision and plan of easement as required in the Real Property Act has been provided. Registration of this agreement will be included as a condition of the final certificate of approval. 6, the owner obtained a permit from Manitoba Transportation Infrastructure for the removal and the relocation of the existing access northward to the proposed property boundary between consolidated parcels A and proposed B for the shared joint use. For permit information, please contact the province manager.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Spicer moves, Councillor Basil seconds. Any further discussion on this one? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. And that was the subdivision, so now we will do the variation.
Whereas applicant owner tax roll number 11100, legally described as River Lot 221, Parish St. Andrews, and located at 5737 Henderson Highway, has made application for variation order number 7 of 2026 from site area 1.38 acres to 4 acres minimum to proposed parcel B 2.17 acres and proposed parcels A, D, and F to 14.65 acres combined area. Purpose to reduce the minimum site area of the proposed and residual lots as part of the conditions of the subdivision application S2539-6 in the rural, residential, and the agricultural restricted zones. Therefore, be it resolved, variation order 7 of 2026 be approved with the following conditions. 1, the variance is limited to what has been presented in this application. Any further changes, replacements, or additions that are not substantial conformance with the application would require a new approval. 2, applicant order obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District at the municipality. And 3, no variances will be required to meet the conditions of the related subdivision application 1F of the related subdivision application S253096. Approval shall expire if not acted upon within 12 months from the date of making.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover? Councillor Horwath moves, second Councillor Belanger. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Okay, we're getting close to the end. I believe we have one more application that we are going to hear this evening. And it is a subdivision application on Old River Road. So if I could have a resolution to move into the subdivision board.
Resolved that the regular meeting be adjourned and the public hearing be open for subdivision S26-3130.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bazaroa, Councillor Sutherland, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I will hand it over to Valentina to walk us through this one.
For sure, thank you, Mayor. So this is subdivision application, it's 263134, located on 15 Old River Road, San Clemente, and the purpose of that application is subdivide the subject land into in total three lots on of 3 lots in our as service residential zone. Here we can see a location map of the subject property and applicant's subdivision application map with the 3 proposed lots. On one of them we can see in details here house and sheds, and there are 4 of them right now, and 2 of them would be removed. Let me show it a little bit closer. I will address it in one of the conditions. So those 2 metal sheds would be removed, and those 2 permanent shed and shop will remain on the property, and we will see the explanation of that a little bit later. Okay, so as per zoning bylaw of San Clemente, in RS service residential zone, each lot's supposed to be 0.23 acres and 75 feet wide, and they're proposing 0.68 to 66 and 200 feet wide lots. They're all in the compliance to the zoning bylaw. Our analysis here that on proposed lot 3, as I mentioned before, there are 4 accessory structures, while permitted only 2. But 2 of them would be removed as per an applicant's letter of intent, and remaining accessory structures, shed and shop, combined area exceeding allowed 800 square feet, and as well as the shed mentioned before, it's placed too close to the main dwelling. Those 2 aspects will require variance to bring it into compliance, and we've had no option to put a variance combined to that subdivision, so that's gonna be next public hearing. Heard as a condition for that subdivision, all proposed lots comply with the site area and site width requirements for the zoning bylaw of San Clemente and development plan of RPD. So our recommendation here is to approve this application subject to conditions, and RPD recommends the following conditions. Applicant owner submits confirmation in writing from RM that taxes on the land to be subdivided for that year and any other would be paid. Required applicable fees to be paid, provide digital copy of the plan. Applicant owner to prepare a drainage plan too. Applicant owner to provide letter of credit to municipality if required. Applicant owner to pay applicable utility buy-in fees for the proposed lot 2 and 3, and applicant owner to dedicate 10% of the land to the public reserve. Applicant owner enter into development agreement with RM to address items included but not limited to, if required, for the drainage plan, future dwellings on proposed lot 3 and 2, connectivity to the municipal low pressure sewer, and future dwellings on the proposed lot 2 and 3 involve the municipal curbside collection, applicable fees too, and by that, capital development, levy, road levy, administration fee, service utility, and a sewer utility buy-in fee, letter of credit for the drainage construction, cash in lieu for 2. Applicant obtains all required variances, as been mentioned before, for the accessory structures and separation distance in between. And applicant owner submit written confirmation from the drainage and water right licensing that an engineered land plan has been provided. Applicant owner to submit written confirmation from Manitoba Heritage Resource and Impact Assessment that will require something because they have some issues in that area. And applicant owner submit written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro about the easement that they're requiring. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all that I have for that subdivision.
Thank you for that, Valentina. Any questions from council to the planner? Go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
I have some for the planner and probably some for the administrator. That's okay? So the conditions talk about lot 2 and 3 for low pressure sewer and curbside collection. So am I to assume that lot one is already connected to low pressure sewer and has curbside collection?
I've been told yes.
Perfect. I was hoping that was the answer. Now the planner, back to historic resources question. I don't see any river close by to this property,
Yeah, that's,
so I'm wondering why that condition is there.
during the circulation period, we got concerns from the Heritage Department that they have some information about human remains there, that's why they're asking for it.
Human remains.
So.
Yeah.
They're asking for it, do we need to include it? If the council decides not to, can we?
Take it out.
That's your decision, you can do so, but they can appeal it.
Great.
Let them appeal it.
Scott, did you have something else?
No.
You just opened up that can of worms and you're gonna leave it alone?
Yeah,
You know what?
We've never,
you know me, I do it every time, right?
Go ahead, Councillor Sutherland.
we've never done this before, maybe we should, see what happens.
Well, I think we have done it before.
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Where?
Well, I can't remember, but we have removed it.
Yeah,
In disagreement to it. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Go ahead, Councillor
I know
Basil.
we've not only done it, we've made a deal with them that they'll just do a look and it was done. Without a charge. This looks like they wanna do the big dig again.
Yeah.
And there is no water within what, eighth of a mile, at least, I think.
Well, I guess it's the way the
Probably
drain
more
goes
than
through there too. So,
So,
anyways, I'm gonna get back to, where we're going here. Is the applicant in the audience this evening? Have you anything that you want to add to your application? If you wouldn't mind coming forward and giving us your name and address for the record, please?
Kelly Gawowski, 4376 Reedbeck Road. This application is for a new development in the arm of St. Clements that introduces residential lots in a planned and orderly way. The design fits within existing neighborhood patterns in terms of lot configuration, access, and overall use. It integrates naturally with the surrounding properties. Its proposal is consistent with the Red River Planning District Development Plan and in compliance with the applicable zoning bylaw. It is designed to utilize existing infrastructure, including the current road network, which minimizes additional impact and supports efficient development. Drainage, access, and servicing will be addressed to meet municipal requirements, and the overall design is intended to create a practical, compliant development that supports a reasonable residential growth in the RM of St. Clements. And I guess going on the topic of Councillor Spicer's question about the historical, what was it called, Manitoba Sport, Culture and Heritage. I've done subdivisions in St. Clements before and I've never run into this. I don't know if I wouldn't be in favor of this being included in the application or the conditional approval. That's it, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions to the presenter from council?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, I will
Yes.
correct myself, there is no concerns from them for any human remains, but notably the development footprint is located within historical rural lots along Red River corridor in the parish of St. Andrews near numerous known archaeological sites that are located within the corridor. These factors, although not exclusive to the analysis, indicate a reason to believe that any future planned ground disturbance activity or development within the area has the potential to impact heritage resources, whatever for the historic resource range has concerns. So that's, I would say, likely or even less, I would say heavy, but again, they have some preference on it. That's why they requested for it, and we have to address it in that condition.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Spicer.
I'm looking for the right words. That doesn't make sense. Cause we just had another subdivision on a river lot and there was no historic resources requirement. So. I don't.
And getting back to what Mr. Gawowski said about the, not having in any of his other subdivisions, I don't believe that any of the other subdivisions that I recall were that close to the river. This one is a little closer to the river, and that's where it kicks in. Go ahead, Councillor
I think
Bazar.
that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the closest this is to any water is a pipe that we put in the ground for drainage. Years and years, that's all there
Well,
is there.
it went into that drain, cause there is that drain right there.
Yeah, that we put in, it wasn't
Yeah.
no waterway or
No, it's
nothing.
not a water drainage. Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
In my personal opinion, we should strike this from here, disclude it. And if Heritage Branch from this province wants to challenge this RM, I say, go ahead. We wanna open up the box because this is gonna continue.
Yeah.
We've been bitten once, we've been bitten twice, and we're being bitten currently right now with another project we wanna do.
Yeah.
If they wanna challenge us on why we're removing it, let them. That's my view, and I hope, and I know we're recorded, so there you go.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I do have a couple of other names on my list here, and I would like to get to those. I have Kelly Saltel and Chris Dare. Did you have anything that you wanted to say on this subdivision? I see you're marked down for information.
Just, one of our biggest concerns is the drainage map, with our property being south of it, and my in-laws' place being just to the, sorry, they're south, we're west. But if I'm reading everything right, it hasn't been done currently. It's something that needs to be done after the subdivision.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
Anything else?
that was my biggest concern.
Okay, and go ahead.
My name is Paul Saltel. I have the property just adjacent to it, and we've been there for 46 years. And the questions I have is, I don't know if that comes up now, but the front yard setback, what is allowed here? Is it 25 feet or 50 feet?
Valentina, can you,
Let me check it for you.
please?
And we're very good friends with, or have been good friends with Kelly's parents, and we know Kelly and everything. But I just have some questions here.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to come to the podium if you don't mind.
Sure, okay,
Perfect, thank you.
good. So you want me to start over?
No, we got the first part, just continue on.
Okay. So, my concern is that the houses that Kelly will build, how close are they gonna be to the back? So what is the frontage from the property line? Is it 50 feet?
I think Valentina is looking that up.
Yeah.
And then if he's building a 50-foot deep house, okay, that leaves 44 feet, cause this strip of land is only 144 feet. Okay, now if somebody wants to put a deck on of 20 feet, then there's 24 feet from the back of the deck to the back of the lot. So, is that a question, is that, we work out with Kelly, that what depth of house that he's planning to build?
Well, I'm not sure if that is the route to go, but let's let Valentina answer what those setbacks are.
So the setbacks are for main dwelling, I mean, not for any accessory, but for the main, it's 30 feet
30 feet,
front yard
okay.
and 10 feet a side yard interior, but we're having here a corner lot. So would be 15, and the rear yard would be 25. Those are the building lines, but again, we're not talking about any new houses right now. And if any new house will come up, they will have to adhere to the zoning bylaw. and to those strict building lines. And those come at the permit stage, not right now, because that building that already there is already existing. It's not something new that they're gonna do for now.
Okay, so that's the answer to my question, is 30 feet.
For sure.
Okay. And, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I have one more name on my list here, Adam Gilbert.
Yeah, I'm just here for information.
Just for
Yeah, but
information, you don't have any questions or anything?
Nope, not on.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else in the audience wish to say anything at this point in time? And we can move out of the, subdivision board and we can move this forward.
I guess, sorry, Madam. or
Yes.
Mayor, if you record, are we in agreement to strike the heritage condition out of the report?
I believe that we are.
Thank you.
It's come across this table too many times and we don't really know the reasoning why for some of the areas that they're asking for that report, so. Go ahead, I know you wanna say something.
The original subdivision for this area did not require the same heritage resource requirement.
No.
Can, sorry,
Go ahead, Councilor.
can they come back and revoke it?
The Heritage Act allows them to issue an order. They can go in there and, do that, but it'll have to be at their own request as opposed to the municipality saying that it must be done as conditional approval. So that would have to require active work on their part to say that they're going to stop development.
That would never happen.
No.
Well,
I was gonna say, do they contact us or did they contact the
They
applicant?
contact
or
the
do they
owner.
con- Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go
let us
ahead.
know.
actually, even if we don't pass it, it might come back when it goes to the planning board too,
Right,
cause we've seen that before.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
We'll try.
There's no staff there to do anything.
We didn't do it.
yeah. Well, I guess those of
So
us that
just a
sit on
heads
the,
up,
those of us that are sitting on the planning board will have to support it when it comes over there too, so. Okay, so if we're ready to move this one forward, we didn't read the resolution, if you could come out of the subdivision board and then we'll do this resolution.
Resolved that the public hearing for subdivision S 26-3134 be closed and the regular session of council be reconvened.
Can I have a mover, please? Counselor Basarowicz, Counselor Horvath seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the question. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And if we can have a resolution for this subdivision approval.
Regarding subdivision application S 26-3134, proposal of 7576880 Manitoba Limited, subdivide river lot 287 Parish of St. Andrews. Resolved that council approve the said application subject to the following conditions. 1, applicant order submits confirmation in writing for the municipality stating that A, taxes on lands to be subdivided for the current year and any arrears as well as any outstanding fees or fines have been paid. B, required applicable fees to be paid as per bylaw 8 of 2023. C, provide a digital, copy of the plan of subdivision to the RMSA Clements. C, D, applicant order to prepare a drainage plan to be submitted to the RMSA Clements for review and acceptance as per the current servicing standards of the municipality. E, applicant order to provide letter of credit to the municipality if required prior to drainage and construction, amount to be determined. F, applicant order to pay applicable utility buy-in fees for those lots 2 and 3. G, applicant order to dedicate 10% of the land for public reserve or cash in lieu as determined by council. Cash in lieu calculation at $238,100 for 2026 land assessment value times 10%, $23,180. And H, applicant owner enter into a development agreement with the RMSA Clements to address the items included but not limited to 1, drainage plan. 2, future dwellings in proposed lots 2 and 3 connecting to municipal low pressure sewer. 3, future dwelling on proposed lots 2 and 3 enroll in the municipal curbside collection. And 4, applicable fees, capital development levy, road levy, administration fees, sewer, utility buy-in, letter of credit for drainage construction, cash in lieu fee. 2, applicant owner obtains all required variances. Please note applicant to verify site area dimensions or have this information submitted by the applicant's Manitoba land surveyor. Applicant owner to submit written confirmation that the engineered drainage plan has been approved by a drainage and water rights license, drainage department, and provided with the applicable application in accordance with section 4 of the attached guide. And 4, applicant owner submits written confirmation from Manitoba Hydro that easement agreement has been entered into with Manitoba Hydro with respect to existing and future facilities associated with the subdivision, and a plan of easement as required by the Real Property Act has been provided. So as you notice, I have not read the original.
Great. Okay, can I have a mover, please? Counselor Spicer moves, Counselor Strang seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, opposed, and that is carried. And that brings us to the end of our planning this evening. Yes, thank you for your patience this evening, everyone.
Thank you.
It's been a long day for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
We live right beside the drainage ditch. We've been there for
You're on the
46
south
years.
side of it.
Hmm?
You're on the south side of it, if I.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, 48 years, okay. There used to be a little creek,
yeah.
but then they joined up with East St. Paul and it became a rushing river. So I was here many years ago asking for them something to do about it. So they did put in a couple of pipes there, okay? And it's, there's lots of grass there. You guys never cut it.
Nobody cuts it.
Nobody
When I
cuts
went
it.
in, And when I went down and I come up and then I come to the other side and I come back and I look, and then the whole ground gave away and there was a big hole there, like, it was okay, and I was shocked. But somebody came out and filled the hole, but now it's doing that again, so. I mean, we can cut it, but I'm scared of falling in a hole.
So
Yeah,
we've been cutting it. I've been saying to, I guess Works and Operations, you know, they must have a couple right on tractors. I shouldn't be cutting it. You guys should be cutting it. They did come in several years ago with a big tractor to cut it, but you can't get in them. There's nowhere to get in.
Yeah, what we'll do is, I'm sure Heather has made a note of it and we'll let Public Works know that we have to have a look at that and see if there's.
Yeah, you can either pay me to cut it or you guys can cut it.
Are we allowed on there being at a heritage waterway?
Thank you
That's
very
the only
much.
one there.
And thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
It's huge.
I don't.
It's been a long time since you had such a long meeting here, right?
When they first look at top of the ground.
Okay, do we have anything else we need to chat about tonight? I hope not.
I just have 3 things. Okay. Sorry?
Did you say Famous was putting up a bunch of teepees or something, or? Was that by St. Peter's Church, or where was that?
There's a development proposal coming forward. I can fill you in after we adjourn.
That's 4 things.
Pardon?
Okay, so if there's nothing else we need to discuss this evening, I'm going to ask for a resolution to adjourn our meeting and, we're done.
Resolved that the meeting of council be adjourned at 9:29 PM, April 28th, 2026.
Mover, please. Councillor Horvis, Councillor Strang seconds, all in favor, opposed, carried.